Good morning, everyone. We are going to reconvene in just a moment. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Once again, if everyone could please find seats. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience on that so we can get back into everything. I must say first, thank you, President Davey, for once again submitting your testimony in advance. We truly appreciate it so that we can actually have a conversation around these issues. So before we begin, the committee may not get to all of our questions or may not get to all of the responses, so we will send a follow-up letter for any unanswered questions. So just want to put that out there.
Absolutely.
So let's start with bus redesign. Can you provide the committee with an update of the bus redesign program?
I can, and I can excitedly provide that update. So, a few things historically. I think you all know we accomplished the Staten Island Express bus redesign now, 2018, which with COVID feels like decades ago, but I think that's gone incredibly well. We picked up the Bronx local bus redesign post-COVID, did a lot of public outreach and implemented that this past June, so June of 2022. We've been watching those statistics closely, and we've actually seen both an increase in speeds across the Bronx. In some instances, customers, depending on the route, are picking up 15, 20 minutes of travel time, which is great news. Watch that carefully. We actually added back a few stops that we had taken out, but we continue to watch the Bronx very closely to see how it's going. But so far, so good. And now we're concurrently in public process with both Queens and Brooklyn. So, the Queens bus network redesign we launched in 2018. I think it's fair to say I got lots of feedback that was not very positive. COVID happened, and so New York City Transit put a pause on that, and we relaunched a new draft plan last year, taking into account both that feedback we received prior to COVID, and we've held since that time about 40 virtual and in-person events to get feedback on the Queens bus redesign plan. We expect a proposed final, meaning we'll go back out for some additional comments, but ultimately we have to go to our board for approval. That's expected to be published this year, later this year, but we're excited to continue the dialogue with both electeds, advocates, our bus customers, and our bus drivers, by the way. I should tell you that I think the folks that probably know these routes the best are the ones driving it, so we've engaged with our labor partners as well. So more to come, but I was excited to attend a couple of those pop-up events myself personally. We got some great feedback from our customers in Queens. And then Brooklyn, we're in early days, or maybe if you would accept the baseball metaphor, probably in the top of the second inning. We've got a lot of work to do to get feedback and to get our customers, elected officials, stakeholders, and others input on the Brooklyn bus redesign. We put out launched the report, draft report, late last year, and I think at that press conference, it was December 1st, I was quoted as saying I could guarantee one thing about that plan: it would be wrong. Like we were not going to get it 100% right the first time. The goal of putting out a base plan is to do that and get public feedback. And so we're in the middle right now of ongoing feedback from community groups, advocates, stakeholders, but we've got a long way to go for Brooklyn bus redesign. So that's where we are. Manhattan, is probably out into the future. The bandwidth for our planners and our community our community folks within New York City Transit and MTA is limited because we want to make sure that we're taking care of Queens and Brooklyn first, but Manhattan will be probably 18 months or more beyond. So, I would just finally say, if I could share, my experience in 20 years in this business of trying to get transportation right, is that some folks say we move too fast and others say we move too slow, and part of that is making sure we're balancing the right approach when it comes to feedback from all of the advocates and stakeholders, who care deeply about us getting it right. So my hope is we're striking that balance now, but of course, happy to take, any members' feedback as we have, and continue to make this an iterative process. So.
I will say the feedback that I've heard from both bus drivers and members of the community, in particular in Queens, is the concern about reduction in services. As you know, in Southeast Queens, we don't really have trains. We rely heavily on the bus network. And so with the last proposal that I saw, I know it proposed creating like 1 or 2 new lines, but it looked at reducing a number of the bus stops. And in Southeast Queens in particular, it's a growing, aging population that's there. So while, having 2 people get on at 222nd Street on Merritt may seem like not enough usage, but at the same time, for that constituent that is elderly or disabled, taking that bus 1 or 2 blocks is important to have that access to not having to walk several blocks to get the bus, or where they're getting let off not being in a reasonable amount of distance. And then over time, the fear is that it will then diminish the service that we get in the community. And so I know I've been hearing also that people have submitted comments to the MTA on the bus redesign, but there's no mechanism to, one, confirm that it's been received. It's like going into a black hole, and then there's no way for them to know if it's being considered or not and what the outcome is. So has the MTA begun to create a system so that the public knows that, one, it's been received, the comments, and then 2, what the next steps are?
Sure. So let me unpack a few of the points you made there. I appreciate that. So on the question first of what we're doing, I just want to be clear. We're not cutting service. In fact, what we've done for all the redesigns is actually add service. So we'll be adding service to Queens as well. At least we propose that. Your point on cutting bus stops, though, that I do take and understand. I think, a couple things that I've learned in doing this and here and other places, everyone wants the bus to go quickly, but nobody wants to give up their bus stop. And one of the ways to make buses move more quickly is, in fact, to consolidate bus stops. New York is a bit of an outlier in the length of how close bus stops are together. But that said, in the Bronx and other places, I'm sure our plan for Queens, we didn't get 100% right. We may have missed a senior center, for example. That would be appropriate to keep a bus stop. So we're going to go stop by stop and make sure that we're considering all those factors, including the one you raised. So just wanted to alert you. My sense is that the plan will still include a number of bus stop eliminations, but to the extent that there are very particular ones that you mentioned, that are particularly affecting seniors, for example, we want to take a look.
Yeah, I'd send some back in
Yes.
my feedback also. I have some to add back based on some of the conversation I've heard in the community. And obviously, working closely with you, I want to make sure that the electeds in Southeast Queens get an audience with you to really go stop by stop to make sure that we get it right. Because we are a transportation desert and we're one of the furthest points of the city.
Indeed. And we know buses, as you said, so heavily relied upon by our customers there, for sure. We want to get it right. On the other question you asked, which was, remind me now, I forget.
The feedback,
the feedback
system.
loop, yes, of course. So, I can assure you and your colleagues that all the feedback we're getting through our Government Community Affairs group and our bus redesign folks is being considered. How will folks know it's being considered? We will put out a new draft plan in the coming weeks or months, which will incorporate some of that feedback for sure. And then there'll be an opportunity again for the public to provide comments. So given the number of comments we've received, I'm not sure we can answer every specific one, but be assured it's not falling in a black hole. Our planners are today, taking all that feedback and rewriting the plan.
And so,
And I'm sorry, yes, and we will come back out to the public and hold a public hearing to say, okay, we heard your feedback, here is the new draft plan, and then take more feedback. So it's a virtuous cycle, if you will.
so that was one of my next questions, like what kind of community outreach work was the MTA planning on undergoing for the bus redesign program?
Yeah, so we'll do two things. We'll certainly have public hearings as required. We'll also go out to bus stops themselves and get direct feedback from bus customers. And so we'll do pop-ups and make sure that we're getting feedback. Obviously, elected officials and other stakeholders will also provide probably more aggregated comments or formal comments, which we'll take as well. So. Again, I want to make sure we get it right, which is probably why it's taking a little more time than some would like us to take. But it's critical for us to make sure we're hearing and as best we can responding to folks.
And how has the MTA been reaching out to council members, communities, and other stakeholders regarding the redesign?
Yeah, so we've had over 60 events. I mean, just alone for both Queens and Brooklyn, I can rattle off some statistics helpful. We've had 14 virtual workshops. This was last year. 5 outside open houses. We had 15 pop-ups with our mobile sales vans. We attended other advocates and other events. I think 8 times. And then for our outreach, for the Bronx, we did a number of customer ambassador pieces in the lead up to that implementation in the summer. But we continue to be out to make sure that we're in front of not only the average bus customer and our, the average bus driver. We're also in depots as well, but to make sure that folks like yourselves who are hearing from constituents, assembly members as well, of course, that we're getting that aggregated feedback. So.
And what info or data are you trying to collect with the surveys at the bus stops?
So, are you aware of this? If you're not, let's, talk about it. Here are the potential changes we're making. Maybe a bus stop elimination or consolidation. Maybe a new routes, for example. We're looking at new routes, increasing frequency. I will tell you that the one thing, when we started the pulse surveys back last year for subways, the number one issue on folks' mind was safety. For our bus customers, the number one thing in our bus customers' mind was frequency and reliability. And so, getting that information is critically important for us to, it also informs, working with our partners in DOT to look at other, alternatives to improving service, right? I mentioned bus stop consolidation is one tool in the toolbox, but transit signal priority, bus lanes, there are a number of things that we can do with our partners at the city DOT to improve service as well, which we're consistently looking at. So those are the kinds of conversations, that happen with our bus customers.
Would we be able to get a copy of the questions before the survey starts?
I think we've already started some of the surveying, but we're happy to provide it. Yeah, we'll follow up, but sure, of course, we're happy to be transparent, absolutely.
Okay. So pivoting to congestion pricing.
Indeed.
So congestion pricing revenue was estimated to cover 27% of the 2020 to 2024 capital plan, which had been delayed for years on the federal level. The calendar year 2023 adopted plan projected that congestion pricing would begin in calendar year 2024 and generate $1 billion. However, the updated calendar year 2023 February financial plan assumes a later start of revenue collection for the program from the beginning of calendar year 2024 to the start of the second quarter of 2024. This change will reduce anticipated revenue from the program from $1 billion to $750 million in 2024. What is the current timeline for implementation of congestion pricing?
I'm going to ask my colleague Kevin Willens to talk about both the timeline and also, I think, the fiscal implications you suggested.
Thank you. As you know, we're waiting for the federal environmental process to finish up. So if, which has been, as you know, going on for a while, we're hoping to get a FONSI so we could proceed sometime this spring, and based on that, it's about, it takes us about 300 days or so to go from when we get the green light to where all the infrastructure is running and revenues are collected. So that's why we've got a estimated date to be, sometime in the second quarter of 2024. As you know, all congestion pricing goes 100% to capital, so it's one of the many revenues we have to fund the 20 to 24 capital program. The delay in congestion pricing has not been an issue to date because we've been able to use the other sources that are available to fund the capital program, including $10 billion that we've been able to commit against the other part of the capital lockbox, the sales tax and the mansion tax that are dedicated to capital. There's ongoing federal funding of roughly $2.5 billion a year, and also both the city and the state have committed $3 billion a year. So right now, the capital program we've been able to keep together, and we committed a record $11 billion in new capital projects last year, and we've been able to do that even with the ongoing delay of congestion pricing, again by using the other revenue sources.
Thank you for that. The current capital plan will end after 2024. As the largest single funding source for the 2020 to 2024 capital program, how has the delay of congestion pricing affected the capital program? Like, should we anticipate this get pushed to like the next one?
Yeah, no, we're not looking to delay the capital program. As you know, the capital program was delayed a bit just because of COVID, and so as I stated, the impact of the delay of congestion pricing we've been able to fill the gap by using the other resources that are available in the capital program. And one thing, when we talk about a 20 to 24 capital program, that's the window of when we expect to commit projects, and then the spending on projects, like any capital program, takes a number of years beyond that original commitment. For example, Second Avenue Subway, once approved and we've locked in the federal funding, will be a 7 or 8 year construction project. So bottom line is, if we get the federal approval by mid-year and then get congestion pricing up and running in the second quarter next year, it shouldn't impact our ability to fund the $15 billion in capital from congestion pricing.
So will the MTA be able to meet all of its project goals in the capital program?
Yes.
How does the MTA plan to work with DOT to ensure there's a successful rollout of the congestion program?
Sure. I think we've had a great working relationship with NYC DOT on a number of items, whether it's bus lanes or some of the initial planning work with NYC DOT. And so we don't envision any issues. And as you know, the infrastructure for congestion pricing has already been well planned out and worked through with DOT.
And I know there's been like a lot of feedback in terms of different industries, like the yellow taxi cab and congestion pricing, because they're already receiving a tax that they pay out currently. As well as, quite honestly, you have folks that are coming from, the outer boroughs in particular, that have some of the largest commutes, that don't have, currently the infrastructure to expand some of the services to rely on public transportation. How has the MTA been working to look at addressing some of those concerns?
As you know, what state law requires is the Traffic Mobility Review Board will be analyzing all of that in terms of, obviously there's many different groups asking for exemptions or deduction, or discounts and so forth. And so what our job was to lay out a range of scenarios which exist in the federal environmental documents of different tolling schemes, and then once then it's going to be up to the Traffic Mobility Review Board to, once we have the federal approval, to review all those and come up with a proposed plan for tolling.
I think some of the concern, especially with the yellow taxi cab and, the relief program that the city has been working with them on, the concern is it negatively impacting the city's investment by having the yellow taxi cabs pay this additional toll to come into the congestion zone? Because at that point, it will have a harsh impact on the industry that's already struggling to kind of stay afloat.
Yes, you make a good point, and again, that as well as a lot of other issues have raised not only by the city and the yellow taxi cab industry, but the whole for-hire vehicle industry. That'll all be addressed by the Traffic Mobility Review Board when they meet.
I'm glad to know that there's going to be the review board. I would also like to emphasize the need to talk and touch communities, because in particular, when you look at communities like I represent, when you look at the advocacy apparatus, oftentimes they are often missing from the conversation. And we can brainstorm about what the best way of engagement is around this, because, I can see congestion pricing going through, and then it is uproar, similar to what we've heard about with the change in the schedules, which we'll get to in questions 2, with the railroad. And so I think we need to be proactive, understanding that this will have an impact on low to middle income families that have to rely on that. Most of our health facilities, whether it's the blood center, the Sloan Kettering, all of that is in this zone where people have to have access to. And you have seniors, you have people with small babies and people with disabilities that need to get into that zone. So I think we have to be proactive in looking at how we make sure that those voices are centered as well in this conversation, so that congestion pricing is not moved forward without taking into account and looking for ways to mitigate that.
Okay.
The city's Vision Zero goal is to bring traffic fatalities on city streets to zero. Is the MTA working with DOT to incorporate complete street treatments for the congestion pricing entry points to ensure our streets are designed to enable safe use and support mobility for all New Yorkers?
I'll take that one, Chair. So, generally speaking, of course, we're working closely with DOT and all of its projects to achieve Vision Zero. I think, I know you'll have DOT speaking after us. I defer onto the specifics to DOT, but we work closely with them. Obviously, many of our vehicles are on the city streets, and we want to make sure that we're supporting a pretty bold vision, which is to get to Vision Zero.
Thank you for that. Will the city or state bear the cost of congestion price and tolling infrastructure?
The cost of the tolling infrastructure will be funded with the congestion revenue itself. So what the state law requires is to set a toll rate that not only funds the infrastructure cost to implement and to run the program, but then also to provide a net amount that could support $15 billion of capital investment.
Okay, I'm gonna just sprint through a few more questions because I wanna, and then I could come back to round two. I wanna make sure my colleagues have some time with you all. Long Island Railroad city ticket to Far Rockaway. Currently, city ticket is not available to Long Island Railroad customers traveling to and from Far Rockaway. When will the MTA extend city ticket to Far Rockaway? This is a question, by the way, President Davey, you weren't here last year, but this is a question from last year's budget, so I'm hoping to see progress on this. So when will the MTA extend city ticket to Far Rockaway?
So city ticket, as you know, earlier last year, we actually expanded from only being off-peak on weekends to off-peak during the weekdays, and that has benefited our customers greatly. As you probably know as well, the governor expanded the city ticket to for the MTA to provide it during peak hours, and we are working on that as well. So the city ticket will be available to customers during peak and off-peak times.
Sorry, I'm asking specifically about Far Rockaway. I'm aware of those changes, but I'm asking specifically for Far Rockaway.
I think that is part of the plan to expand it to Far Rockaway. As you know, it already runs through Nassau County, so it is part of the city ticket stations.
So when will it extend to Far Rockaway?
So we're looking into it as part of the plan for the expansion of the city ticket.
But do you have a timeline? And is it definitely included in expansion?
So it'll be part of our fare and toll process later this year.
Okay. What, if any, budgetary concern does the MTA have regarding city ticket?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
What, if any, budgetary concerns does the MTA have regarding city ticket?
So city ticket is a discounted ticket, and it impacts the revenues that we are collecting. So we know that the city ticket discount that we expanded to the off-peaks was approximately a revenue loss of $5 million annually to the fare box collection of the railroads. So we are working on any revenue assumptions for expanding the city ticket for the peak as well. It will have an impact on our fare boxes.
Thank you. Fare increase. MTA's calendar year 2023 adopted plan includes a proposal for a 5.5% fare and toll increase projected to begin in June 2023 and a 4% increase projected to begin in April of 2025. This increase is significantly higher than the standard biennial fare increases of 4% netted twice over 4 years, which is 2% increases in both years, that have been approved in recent past budgets. Last year's adopted plan proposed fare increases in 2023 and 2025. However, in the MTA's updated February 2022 financial plan, the authority stated that the 2022 fare increase would be averted due to the influx of COVID-19 stimulus funding. Just last year, MTA stated that an influx of COVID-19 stimulus funded averted a 2023 fare increase. Why is the MTA now proposing a fare increase to take effect in June? And what happened to the COVID-19 stimulus funding that offset the increase last year?
Sure. Well, first of all, what allowed us to not do a fare increase in 2022 was additional funds provided from the state, not the federal COVID funds. The proposal that's on the table, the 5.5% fare increase for 2023, we view as a modest increase in total, and very modest over the 4% that was already in the plan. The goal of again, given our increasing costs of labor and materials and so forth, and that there hasn't been a fare increase since 2019, we viewed 5.5 as modest in given the situation. The other important aspect is trying to balance the budget without having to rely on service cuts and layoffs. So the overall plan that we laid out, we believe is a balanced approach by asking riders to pay a small incremental amount at the fare box, as well as additional amounts from all the other stakeholders in terms of taxes and subsidies as the best way to, again, have a balanced approach to protect the amount of transit service we're delivering.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to this after my colleagues ask their questions. I want to pivot to Access-a-Ride Taxi on Demand pilot. In November 2017, MTA enabled 1,200 of AAR's, Access-a-Ride, total 160,000 plus total users to book same-day trips via e-hail taxis and FHBs. Can you please provide the committee with an update on this program?
Sure, I could briefly do that. We spoke to it a couple weeks ago when we were here to speak about paratransit, but I think the pilot's gone well. There was an intent to expand it, like unfortunately several things that were going well at New York City Transit. COVID interrupted that plan. We're looking at a expansion of that pilot later this year, and are looking at, to ensure that we've got the appropriate amount of providers that are ready to go. But the feedback has been very positive, and we're hopeful that we can expand this in the coming months. Of course, one of the reasons why we're sort of waiting isn't part of this conversation, which is as we look at the budget developments over the coming weeks, we'll know how and whether we could expand the pilot.
The governor's state executive budget includes a proposal that would require the city to contribute to 100% of paratransit costs in the city. If this occurs, would the city have more of a say on the implementation of the Access-a-Ride e-hail program?
Yeah, Cal, I would just say the city is well represented on the MTA board currently, and so certainly weighs in on all aspects of our service.
We have the minority seats, though, right?
They are vocal and informed, I would tell you, since many of them sit on the transit committee. So.
Safety in the subway. Last fall, many New Yorkers expressed concerns over safety in the subway, and additional officers and security were placed in stations citywide in response. The data mentioned in today's opening testimony regarding crime and customer satisfaction are encouraging, but I'm also concerned about recent reporting that demonstrates how skyrocketing fare evasion enforcement is disproportionately impacting Black and brown riders. In December, the MTA said it was paying $1 million a month for private security. Is this still the case today, and does the MTA expect to increase or decrease funding for private security going forward?
Yeah, so we did mention that we had unarmed guards at a number of stations, and the run rate was about $1 million a month then. We see this to be a very successful tool in our toolbox to combat fare evasion. Our estimates through February that program has netted an additional almost 2.5 million paid fares, and so the net cost between the cost of the guards versus the new revenues coming in has actually been slightly positive in terms of the bottom line. So we like this approach. These officers are not sworn officers. They're not there to cite anyone other than to make sure that, as our chair has said, the superhighway to fare evasion, which are those emergency gates that swing open, they're there to ensure that appropriate folks who are requiring that gate because they're in a mobility device, for example, or a stroller or having luggage, are using it and paying for it, and not seeing folks come through. The governor's budget also includes additional dollars for security, so if that is passed, we'll look to see if we would deploy other unarmed guards, but I'm completely confident in saying it's been a success. I should finally say, too, that it's not only about fare evasion, but these folks have also helped improve the quality of life issues in these stations, so, helping homeless folks get services, for example, if they see disruptive individuals, getting NYPD to assist. So, all in all, I'm very pleased with the success of the program.
You said in your opening statement that cameras will soon be installed in every car. How soon is soon? And are camera installations in all cars funded in this year's budget?
So how soon is soon? We've committed to getting them all out by the end of next year. We have been looking at a number of different technologies, both that can be downloadable, but also have cybersecurity, considerations with them. So we have been installing a number of pilot cameras in our system, and then the new cars that will be coming soon, very soon perhaps, the new cars that we've purchased will also have cameras. But our commitment to the governor is to get those done by the end of 2024. And to answer your question, has it been budgeted for? Yes, it has been.
Last fall, the state committed to paying overtime for NYPD in response to an uptick in crime in the subways. What is the current status of this commitment, and how long will the state continue to fund this increase in overtime for officers in the subway?
Yeah, I think we defer that to the state chair. All I can say is it's been, by all measures, incredibly successful, as you said. Customers are telling us that in their both their informal feedback to management and also our customer surveys. And crime is down in the subway system. So again, I can't say enough about the governor and the mayor's leadership and relationship to get that done. It's been incredibly helpful. I would finally say too, even organizations like the Partnership for New York City, which have been polling, employers throughout this, pandemic about why folks are or not coming back to work. Subway safety was an issue last year. It's really dropped off, and now, at least in their surveys, it's remote work is the number one reason why folks are. So I think even independent surveys are showing that this is working. But in terms of the commitment, I can't speak to that. I defer to the state.
How does this budget better ensure an equitable approach to safety in the subway? How is the MTA responding to the data demonstrating a disparate impact in fare evasion arrests and summonses?
So on the arrests and summonses, I would defer to NYPD. All I would tell you is, we, for our unarmed guard program, for targeting stations, for example, for more cameras, or targeting stations that might have graffiti or cleaning issues, we're across all the boroughs in improving the station environment, which is what I'm very much focused on. I think that a station environment which might feel unsafe or frankly might look like it hasn't been kept up with, I think provides a sense of potentially insecurity for our customers, and so we're very much focused on that. And then, in terms of how we deploy the unarmed guards, again, they don't have the ability to write summonses or make arrests, but what we do is look at a combination of customer complaints, crime, fare evasion, ridership, and the number, the complexity of the complex, if you will, right? Obviously, some stations are massive in their size and number of gates, whereas others are not. So we take that all into consideration on how we deploy our unarmed guards. But I would have to defer to Chief Kemper and his team at NYPD Transit on your specific question of tab summonses and arrests.
When will fares and reduced fares be integrated with Omni?
Coming soon. It's something that we're working on. One of the reasons that we have launched some of these new customer service centers, we have now, I think, have 6 online. We'll be able to provide our customers the opportunity to do that, for example, not at Stone Street, which has been traditionally our only place where there would be an in-person customer interaction, But as I reminded, the reduced fare switch is already available. We rolled that out, I believe, a couple of months ago. And then we'll work closely with Fair Fares. But I just want to applaud the speaker and this body for really doubling down on Fair Fares. We're excited to, again, partner with you to make sure our customers, that this is available to them, and they're taking full advantage of the program.
And in calling for increased enforcement, has the MTA emphasized equity in the enforcement conversations with the NYPD?
Absolutely. And I think, the Blue Ribbon Commission on Fair Evasion that Chair Lieber put together last fall, I think is close to putting out its report. And I think one of the things that I'm told we'll hear from the Blue Ribbon Commission on is, in particular, being equitable about how we are enforcing fair evasion in our system. So we look forward to those recommendations.
2 more questions, and I'm going to pass it to my colleagues. So the capital plan includes $5.2 billion for new elevators, ramps at up to 66 stations, which averages $78.8 million per station. What is the plan for the MTA to successfully contain the rise in costs in the elevator projects? And which best practices is the MTA evaluating and/or implementing based on conversations and research with other cities about elevator design, procurement, and construction?
Yeah, so appreciate the question. So a couple of things. I mean, since our C&D Construction Development Agency was created through transformation a few years ago, they've really worked hard at looking at not only the best practices you mentioned globally for construction, but also using things and leveraging things like design build, for example, or in the case of ADA elevators, actually putting out a package of elevators so that you could potentially get economies of scale when it comes to labor or materials, for example. We're also looking at standardizing the size and standardizing the actual elevator itself. So rather than having bespoke elevators across the system, looking at ways that we can standardize those designs. 70 million sounds like a lot, but in a built-in environment, which requires elevators to be precisely designed to a mezzanine, and then a mezzanine down to a platform, and in some instances down to a lower platform, it's actually incredibly complex work. But we're excited that look. I mean, I'm excited. I came from an old system as well that was not accessible, and I would just say that to work for an organization that for decades has, I think, denied its responsibility to be accessible, and for this chair and this leadership team to have stepped up with some advocates here in the room as well who pushed us. We have a long way to go, but I'm excited about what's coming. 17 stations have been completed since 2020. 35 are in some form of construction, either awards or ground broken. And our customers are being patient with us. Some of the disruptions we're having on the weekends is because we're building out these elevators, and then it'll be incumbent upon us in New York City Transit once we receive them to make sure we're maintaining them. So, it was a long time coming, and but I'm just appreciative that I'm stepping into a role where we're not arguing about whether this was a priority. Now we got to get it done.
How does the budget handle elevator outages?
Not sure I understand that question.
We often see reporting of the elevators being out of service, and the escalators at these train stations. So how does the budget account for that?
Yeah, so we have an in-house team, about, I think, 290 elevators. Our New York City Transit's responsibility, about 50-ish, are third parties. So we have an elevator and escalator team within New York City Transit that's responsible for inspection, maintenance, and then heavy maintenance if required. We're very transparent. We put out a monthly report that shows by elevator, by station, how we're doing. We just recently disaggregated that data to show what we're responsible for and what third parties are responsible for. And we've seen an improvement in elevator availability across the system. We're hovering around 96, 97%, as I recall from the most recent reports I've seen. But again, more work to do. Our Goal should be closer to 99%. We'll never be 100% because we are taking elevators out of service to inspect them and to do routine maintenance, for example. And then finally, we need to make sure we're communicating with our customers when those elevators are out of service, whether they're planned or unplanned, to make sure that folks' commutes, aren't disrupted. But we think, we have a group within New York City Transit solely responsible for the inspection and maintenance of our elevators and escalators.
And then my final question for right now is about the newly implemented schedules. It's been a nightmare. And I know I saw a follow-up interview on New York One where someone said, oh, it got better. No, it has not. And as I'm listening to you, I'm getting incoming right now about it. Some of the feedback is conductors being told not to stop at Hollis, a train stop at Queens Village, a stop before Hollis, did not stop to pick up the passengers that were there. Deer Park trains have been making random stops at Hollis. Commuters are literally waking up earlier and spending more money and having more transfers and getting to work late. Right now, this becomes an equity issue. While we were excited about, the access to Grand Central Terminal, I think the unintended consequence that came from it is that it did not take into account the need for the outer boroughs to connect to one another. We are no longer Manhattan-centric.
True.
And the fact that there are shuttles, just to give you context, I grew up in St. Albans. I went to Washington Irving High School in Manhattan. I woke up every morning to take a bus and 3 trains to school. We didn't have the city ticket dynamic, right? Now that is a benefit. So more people, because of that, are utilizing the railroad because it cuts down on the commute time significantly. But now what it's doing is where someone would have taken the 1 train, which before the change, I just took from Laurelton into the city to come to City Hall, and it was seamless. This is before the change. Now I would have to go into Jamaica, change tracks, and catch another train. And the concern there is in terms of parents with small children, the disability community, and just in general, the working public that are really trying to have a good quality of life, to cut down on how many transfers they have to make and how long it takes to get into the city. So I know that the railroad has been tweaking the schedules to try and make it easier for people to connect, but you got to go down up and down steps to get to the next platform. And so I want to know how the railroad plans to rectify this. I know I've been in constant communication about this, and I have a commitment about a spring meeting, but I don't at this point think that we are able to wait until the spring for changes to be made, because again, this becomes an equity issue. What the visual looks like is access has been created for commuters coming out of Long Island, but the folks that are in the New York City area that's paying a large chunk of what goes into the budget for the MTA are getting the uneven hand in this all.
So at the outset, you'll have to forgive me as President of New York City Transit. I won't have some of the details you just asked about in terms of stations and whatnot. We can clearly bring that back to our colleagues, at Long Island Railroad. But I know I'm here representing MTA, so let me just say this. No, we had a tough week last week. There's no doubt about that. And I know our colleagues at Long Island Railroad took that to heart, and as you said, have been making changes to the schedule, adding cars to reduce some of the crowding. As I understand it, we've seen a better week. As you say, it still not may be a great week for some of our customers. So there's still work to be done for sure. Taking a step back, I would just say, as the president of New York City Transit walking into an $11 billion new station for commuters from Long Island, it's pretty extraordinary what this community has pulled off these last number of years. And so as challenging as it's been the last couple of weeks, and I acknowledge that, That's a pretty extraordinary effort. And to add 40% more service to the already busiest commuter rail in America at a time we're talking about a budget challenge, I think also shows MTA's commitment to getting it right. So, but again, Chair, we're happy to bring that back to you. In terms of the spring meeting, I'm happy to meet with you, but I'm not gonna have any answers for you, so I can't.
Well, no, I want to meet when we have answers, but I think we need to do that post haste because we have people that are really struggling to get to work
Yep.
because of these changes. And I know that the railroad did surveying of the community, but they did it in the summertime, and that's the time when the community is not really engaged. It was kind of unfair to do it in the summertime in terms of when they did the outreach, and so. Now we're getting hammered in Southeast Queens in particular, and Brooklyn as well. So a number of the council members have been, hearing a lot of complaints from their constituents around this. So I'm looking forward to working with the railroad and with the MTA to making sure that there's greater equity and access to, the railroad system.
Yeah, and I'll definitely bring that message back. Appreciate that.
Thank you, and I will now pass it to my colleagues. Oh, and I also want to recognize that we have since been joined by Council Members Carr, Ariola, Williams, Ressler, and Yeager. And so, Councilmember Narcisse. Oh, sorry, and I acknowledge you first. Before.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. First of all, before I start, I have to say that I have problem when they talk about casinos because I know who's gonna lose more money, who doesn't have money, who has dreams. I'm not too much of that. And when you're increasing fares, it's the same problem for me because I know my community is struggling and many communities around our city. The $54 billion with the B, and we're talking about getting congestion pricing, right? That's a projectile. It's a hoping that we're getting that kind of money to try to help us out to balance our budget. I know it's very difficult. I'm not asking for miracles, but where we're looking to get money usually is the people that don't have it most. So now with all the numbers I'm looking at, is from your internal audit or from external or from the city? Do you ever have any audit recently from outside beside your inside
Yeah,
audit?
there's audits both internally and externally all the time.
Okay. When was the last time you have external?
Well, there's a number of different audits. Our financial audits, we do quarterly auditing and then a full annual audit that'll be out, within the next month and a half to 2 months. And then there's, many audits, whether it's controllers or others that do things from time to time.
Okay, thank you. Because I know we up for reimagine and improve our transportation, especially the buses, right? And when we said consolidation, I always have a problem with that because I know it's cuts. So in B2, that's in one of the buses in my district. I've been receiving a lot of email on that. Are you aware of that B2 redesigning?
I'm aware we're redesigning it, but I'm not aware of the specific comments you've received.
Because because there is no bus really, because I live in transportation desert. And the B2 actually is the one that gives transportation to around Kings Plaza, Kings Highway to go to the train station. And one of the things that I'm hearing, especially from my marine parks and around by Garrison Beach, is it's not inclusive because they did not know in overnight, because that was prior that I get in office. So right now, tonight, we're gonna have a hearing, and I hope that we can we're gonna have conversation, and I hope that we can come somewhere.
Exactly. I mentioned before, I may not have been here quite yet, but very much open to that feedback, right? I think I made the analogy or metaphor that we're in the second inning of a nine-inning baseball game when it comes to the redesign. So we welcome that very specific and granular feedback relative to B2 and any other feedback you've received from customers. Absolutely.
Okay. From Access-a-Ride, you said there's an increase, and I'm so happy when people are happy. But I don't know who's doing the survey because I'm hearing a lot of negative feedback for the Access-a-Ride.
Look, all I can say is debating the survey, I think, is a bit challenging because we're randomly asking several thousand customers on a regular basis their feedback. And as I said before at the previous hearing, I don't deny that the lived experience of particular individuals has been negative. Not at all. But to suggest that Access-a-Ride as a program is across the board not working or terrible, it's not true. But to the extent we need to fix, particular issues, I had an Access-a-Ride customer email me this morning. She was unhappy. I have no doubt that was true, and we're going to address that issue.
Okay, because most of the riders are saying like they have to get like 2 hours of waiting for their transportation, especially if they go to doctor's office or they go to any event. So when they come back, they cannot give the time. So it takes about 2 hours for them to usually approximately. I don't want to be specific on the 2 hours because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, for that issue, again, I can't deny it, that a particular issue exists, of course. We are not perfect. But 77% of our Access-a-Ride customers polled in February said they were satisfied or very satisfied. But again, that means that 23% are not. So we've got to continue to focus on them. So I take your point. I think rather than debating the survey results, what I want to do is focus in on those stories that you've mentioned and make sure we're addressing those.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So I want to know, the last question that I have for you, I want to know what is the speed difference that we have from the fast buses, like the fast lane, and the difference between the regular?
I mean, it's pretty significant, and in particular in places where we have automated bus lane cameras and enforcement. And so, we are installing cameras on our buses now. I think 450 buses now have cameras. So if someone is inappropriately parked in a bus lane, for example, we can send them an automated ticket. And I know we also have a legislation pending in Albany. We would welcome this body's support to expand some of that. So if you're parked in a bus stop, for example, and you're not a bus, get out of the bus lane. And so what we've seen significantly, Councilmember, is once someone gets a ticket, the recidivism rate drops tremendously. So behavior does change. But I think we can probably get you some more, comparisons relative to bus lanes versus not bus lanes. But you are right. That is a place we're very passionate about, and I think we can work together on. Obviously, we are with DOT to really move our customers quickly.
Yeah, because I think the differences can help in how we move our city.
Absolutely.
Any plan for the 46? I'm going to finish with that. I know my chair is looking at me. The 46.
The B46?
No, the district, my district 46, because I live in Transportation Desert. I represent a Transportation Desert area.
So let me say this. Why don't I come see you in your neighborhood?
I would love to see you.
In your neighborhood. And
All right.
Let's walk around. I want to see
All right.
what we can do better, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and thank you,
pleasure.
Chair.
Thank you, and I'm just going to ask my colleagues to stay true to the time because we have DOT coming in shortly. Next, we're going to hear from Councilmember Kagan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So I have several questions. So first of all, I would like to say that I'm totally opposed to congestion pricing. I believe it's another tax on hardworking New Yorkers and businesses. I believe one of the ways to improve MTA funding and budget is to stop raiding MTA budget for any other unrelated purposes, which is happening almost every year, like a ritual in Albany to use MTA budget to fund some other projects. So it's not like you are to blame, but I'm talking about governor and legislature. So they have to consider when they take funding away from MTA that like someone has to, fill out the coffers. Also, I would like to mention about MTA bus redesign. I know it's a proposal, I know it's a plan, it's not done. But I would like to reiterate again, because I hear it every day from my constituents, that cutting bus stops, especially for seniors, in Coney Island, like B36, B74, is like absolutely unacceptable, and seniors and people with disabilities will suffer big time. And when we're talking about B49, we're talking about students in this case, that the only way for them to go to Kingsborough Community College from all over Brooklyn, southern Brooklyn, and if B49 will be rerouted and cut the way it's proposed, it will affect like so many people I cannot even start. That's about bus redesign proposal. Hope it's not gonna happen, these specific ideas. Also, I wanted to emphasize that I use trains and buses every single day.
Thank you.
Including today. I came to City Hall by 2 trains, F train and R train, so I experience a subway system every day. So you mentioned restrooms. I already posted on my social media once, and I would like to mention that like a restroom on last stop, which is very busy stop, Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue, is still closed. And it's like we're talking about the very, very busy subway station. And finally, you mentioned about capital projects plan. Again, it doesn't include subway stations in southern Brooklyn, specifically F-Train Neptune Avenue subway station in my district, which is one of the steepest subway stations probably in America. F-Train subway station, Neptune Avenue, and it's seniors and people with disabilities complaining to me for years, and to everybody who can listen. I know there were rallies and press conferences before near this subway station. I'm talking specifically Neptune Avenue F-Train. It's totally inaccessible to anyone. So please consider accessibility issues very, very serious issue, not just for my constituents, but for the entire city of New York. So that's my question. Thank you.
A lot to unpack. Let me see if I can briefly. On the bus redesign, as you mentioned, again, I can't reiterate it enough that we are, continuing to get feedback from customers, which is important. And as I said at the top, I know that customers usually love their bus stop, and they might not like their bus route. One of the reasons why the bus route is slow is because, in some instances, we have too many bus stops. But there are other tools in the toolbox as well. We'll look at it all. Councilmember, to your point, in particular for areas where there are senior centers or maybe medical facilities, those should be prioritized, in our opinion, for bus stop retention. We probably, I guarantee you, we didn't get it 100% right, which is why it's important for us to take all that feedback in. That said, what we learned in the Bronx redesign was the elimination of some bus stops has increased speeds, improved customer satisfaction, and saved a lot of our customers' time. So we have to strike the right balance, and obviously we'll work with you and again, the feedback we receive from our customers to strike that balance. You had a question on accessibility. As I understand it, that is in the capital plan?
Neptune Avenue F-Train subway station.
Neptune Avenue is in the capital plan. It hasn't been awarded yet, but that is in the capital plan to be addressed. What else can I answer for you?
And about raising MTA budget every year like a ritual in Albany.
Yes, I'll let my colleague Kevin speak to the budget.
Yeah, I think a couple items. One important element is, in 2019, as part of congestion pricing, as well as the new revenues for the capital program, the city and state sales tax and the mansion tax, for the first time were put into what's called a capital lockbox that not only cannot be rated by others, but are also 100% dedicated to capital at MTA, so we can't use it to balance the operating budget. It's dedicated to capital. So that type of lockbox. The subway action plan, which is an important element, by law, the for-hire vehicle charges that come in have prescribed uses for the subway action plan and outer borough projects and so forth. So I think although I share your similar sentiment, we don't want to have our funds rated for other purposes. There's been a lot of progress both in statute and in practice. For example, last year, the state appropriated us more dollars than was in the budget versus less to not have to have a fare increase in 2022. But point taken, and at least I'm very diligent on it, and it makes a lot of sense.
Is it true that you're planning to raise fares and tolls on everyone? Is it true that this is a plan?
Last question, please.
I'm sorry?
You could just respond and that's it. We're gonna move on.
Yeah, very correct. So in our proposal is a fare and toll increase of approximately 5.5% to take place in June, around June of this year. Correct.
And I'd like to add a statement to what Kevin just stated. The problems that the MTA is facing fiscally today is not because of any rating of any funds from the MTA. We're so fully in this situation because we've lost ridership. Our fare box revenue, as Rich mentioned earlier on, went from 55% to 35%. So we are losing about $2 billion a year because of lost ridership due to the pandemic.
Yeah, but federal government also gave money to cover this gap, correct?
Short term. It wasn't a forever solution. They gave it to us to cover for 2020, 21, and 22, and we have some funds left over for the remainder of the fiscal plan.
Yeah, and one thing is, as you mentioned, the federal aid, which our whole discussion has been that it's running out, and that's why we need more permanent fixes. But one issue I don't think people are appreciative of the federal aid, New York City, who subsidizes the MTA bus company by long-term agreement, actually has benefited from about $1.2 billion of that federal aid. In other words, the city has to pay less in subsidy to MTA than otherwise would be required because we've applied that federal aid to reduce the city's subsidy, and that'll be applied. $600 million of that federal aid will be applied in the next few years to also reduce the city's cash subsidy payments for bus service.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks Powers. It's great to be with you. Appreciate your leadership of this committee. And thank you to New York City Transit for being here with us today. Just a couple brief comments to start. One is I just want to express gratitude for the partnership of the MTA in the new Friends Group pilot that we're starting in District 33. Will Schwartz in particular has been very helpful on this. We hope that this is a way where we can bring stakeholders together to meet with MTA staff and other agencies to identify issues, work through them, and
We
bring some
love it,
accountability.
Councilor. I really appreciate your leadership in that very much.
We are hoping that this pilot will be a success. We're really appreciative of your willingness to work with us on it together. I'm thrilled. I'm really excited about it. I also just want to express broad support for the governor's proposal to fund the MTA. The MTA is the most essential service in New York City. It's the government agency that most New Yorkers interact with most frequently, and it needs resources. And so I very much appreciate emphasis on the payroll mobility tax. It's time for suburbanites to pay their fair share and contribute to our mass transit system. I also support the city doing more. And, this mayor and this council, we need to work together to identify additional resources to stabilize the MTA, but do more than just stabilize the MTA, to actually expand service. And so I've been a member of the Riders Alliance since I didn't have any gray hair, which is a long time ago now. And they have been championing the vision of 6-minute service for as long as I can remember. What will it take from a resource standpoint? I've heard Chair Lieber mention $150 to $200 million is that 6-minute service with that additional investment? Is it close to it? Where would we land with that kind of additional investment in the MTA?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So and maybe and again, appreciate your leadership in pushing for better service for all New Yorkers. So thank you for that. Maybe just take a quick step back. What do we offer today in terms of 6-minute service? So about 70% of our subway customers receive 6 minutes or better service today. For example, I happen to live in the 7 line, and during rush hour, when it's working, and it usually is working pretty well, every 2 or 3 minutes, service is running on the 7 line. Thanks also to a modern signal system, which we have on the 7. For our bus riders, a little different. It's about 50% today for 6-minute service. Cheerleader's right, another $150, $200 million would allow New York City Transit to run significant more service. I think to get to 100% of our customers for 6-minute service would be financially infeasible and in some instances impossible. Let me explain. So as you know, for trunk lines, in some instances we have trains coming in that are interlined, very difficult to run 6-minute service for those folks that are at the end of line, for example, because you have train traffic coming, for example, into Brooklyn or Manhattan, that's merging. That would be challenging. And then in some other instances, for example, for bus service overnight, now we're talking about bringing on, hundreds of bus drivers, new vehicles, which would take, some time to procure. And even in some instances, if we were to add more train service, we'd have to provide for more vehicles. That said, you heard me out on the front steps. I'm a transit guy. If we're provided more resources to run more transit, we'll do it. And I think the chairman's number reflects the ability to get, for us to be able to deliver on more 6-minute service. Would it be 100%? No, but it would be, would we get, closer to that? Absolutely.
Great. We want to do everything we possibly can to achieve as close to 6-minute service universally as we can, and appreciate that additional resources invested in the MTA can deliver tangible results. And I think we need to do a better job of explaining congestion pricing in exactly that same way, of the tangible capital projects that we will see as a result that will improve service. I am concerned about the ongoing delays on congestion pricing. I think the latest we heard is best case scenario April of next year. Is there anything that we can do to help move this along and get congestion pricing in place?
Yes. Well, again, first of all, thank you for your support of the financial plan, and additional resources for additional service would be great. I think the foundation of the plan is to get the resources in place to be able to maintain the existing service we have and stabilize. And I know you're supportive of that also, and hopefully we can get that and the additional funding. As it relates to congestion pricing, I don't think there's anything the city can do at this point. We're really waiting, and we've done all the work we can do, and now waiting on the final pieces of the federal approval, which hopefully will be.
If you think of anything that we can do to be helpful,
yeah, absolutely.
Please tell us.
Thank you.
And I know I've gone over time, so I'll just say this in closing. When we secure congestion pricing, 10 seconds. When we secure congestion pricing, when we make these additional investments in the MTA, I hope that you all will be laser focused on a second entrance at York Street and making that a reality, because it is a major safety concern for our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Williams.
Hello. I just have a very brief question, because I know the MTA is such a large entity and we need state help, we need city help, but wanted to talk about federal help. So given the Biden's administration and commitment to the infrastructure development, does the authority anticipate any additional federal funding outside of the stimulus funds?
Yes, thank you. So the one area that we have gotten additional federal funding is on capital through the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we're getting roughly $500 million a year of additional funds from the federal government for important capital projects. We're also, as you know, pursuing the phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway, which we are, working to try to secure a $3.5 billion grant from the federal government for that service. So I think on the capital side, clearly the infrastructure law has helped us. We're competing for the additional grant money. On the operating side, which is other than the COVID emergency funding, the federal government, for a number of decades now hasn't provided operating funds for transit. We are in discussions and have created a coalition with other transit agencies across the country to have the discussion in Washington about trying to provide more funding for the operating side.
Okay, so it's fair to say you're in active communication with Washington and, of course, like our state leaders here to really push DC to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Farias.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. I'm going to try to rapid fire through some of these questions. So just a quick follow-up on City Ticket. Do we know if all 4 news stations will have City Ticket?
In the Bronx, when they come online, yes.
Okay, great. And so the MTA has been slowly working on ADA compliance stations for some time, especially around the capital projects that were halted during the pandemic, but I believe have resumed since then. Can we get an update on what the status of some of these projects are, and specifically if we have any update on Parkchester's ADA compliance station?
So generally speaking, and I mentioned this before, the good news is that we're taking this commitment very seriously. The current capital plan, or actually I think the current work that we're doing around ADA stations is even more so than the previous 3 capital plans combined.
Great.
So we've made 17 subway stations accessible since 2020. We have 35 stations right now in some form of construction, groundbreaking, and awards, and we have another 17 that are coming up. So, I mean, the good news is we are really pushing this out and using some innovative construction techniques to get, competitive pricing, but also, for example, bundling these things so we can be doing them all at once. You said Parkchester in particular?
I know my assembly member and senator in the past have allocated some capital budget, and I wanted to see if there's an updated status.
So that was awarded last year, and I have it as being projected to be opened in the mid of, June of 2025 right now.
Looking forward to that ribbon cutting. And then just really quickly on
You'll have the largest pair of scissors we have.
Great.
Well, maybe Gene will, but Gene Ryan will, but you'll have the second.
And then just really quickly on escalator replacement, what's the internal process for evaluating whether or not, I know you touched briefly on it, but our Parkchester station has a variety of difficulty with our escalator, and just want to better understand how do we know when it's time for replacement?
Yeah, so I appreciate that question. So first, I'll take a look with our maintenance team to see if there's more we could be doing there. Relative to escalator replacement, we have what feeds our 5-year capital plan is our 20-year needs assessment, which we do, which we are in the process of doing right now. So across transit, the railroads, bridges and tunnels, all the assets that we own, we look at, from a state of good repair perspective, what needs to be replaced or what is a new capital asset that needs to be purchased. So elevators and escalators are part of that equation, if you will. But in the meantime, so that's happening now. I think our 20-year plan will be out later this year for comment. But I will look to see, relative to the escalators, whether or not we can be doing more in terms of maintenance in the meantime.
That's great. And if I can just get offline some information on Parkchester, we have week by week the complexities that happen there.
Yeah.
I have just 2 more questions. Is the difference, how much is ridership directly connected to any vacancies in titled positions that we need to help buses and subways move more efficiently?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, not any. The MTA, again, prior to my arrival, did a pretty extraordinary job of saying we're not going to tie ridership to the service we're running. So today we are running 100% of pre-COVID service for what is about 70% of our customers. And we've been hiring like gangbusters. We were focused on bus operators, train operators, and conductors. Because when I started, we had an availability issue. We were not running some service days because we didn't have enough people. That's been taken care of. And now we're shifting to cleaners, station cleaners, end-of-line cleaners, and station agents, the next sort of wave. And then behind that, mechanics and all sorts of folks. So we still have a lot of work to do, but in terms of that service delivery, we are where we need to be.
Okay, great. And anything on signaling titles?
Signaling, so we have vacancies for sure, and the challenge there is it's a pretty specialized technical
Sure.
requirement. We are still attempting to hire for signal maintainers and folks, but that is a challenge for us for sure, and a challenge nationally, unfortunately.
Sure, yeah. I come from a little bit of a transit background, so I get it.
Yes.
And then the last question, inaccessible bus stops persist year after year, both old ones and newer ones. One, why? There are many bus stops, wheelchair users that cannot use in Staten Island, in Brooklyn, specifically on 86th Street, 92nd and 7th Avenue, and also on Shore Road. And so we just want to ask, what are we seeing here in terms of the difficulties about why these keep persisting?
Yeah, I mean, so I would say, because the stops are managed by city DOT, I would defer to the DOT to answer those specific questions. What I can tell you is what we're pushing for, and again, appreciate this body's support, is making sure that cars are not in our bus stops or in our bus lanes. I have been too often on a bus where an individual in a mobility wheel device ramp comes down and the operator has to put that person into traffic because there's someone actually parked in our bus stop. So we have to make them accessible, no doubt, and then we have to make sure that the only thing in a bus stop is a bus.
Great, thank you for your time, and thank you, Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you so much. Two final questions. One, I would not be me if I did not ask anything about MWBE contracts. So what percentage of contracts are awarded to MWBEs? Of this amount, what percentage of contracts were awarded to women-owned businesses versus businesses owned by people of color? And what percentage of MWBE contracts were awarded to businesses located in New York City? And what percentage of MWBE contracts were awarded to businesses located outside of New York City? So I just need the numbers.
Sure. Well, I think we'll have to get back to you on most of those. I think the mayor stole Michael Gardner from us, our wizard of DBE contracting. So I'm a bit behind on that. But no, in all seriousness, the MTA has a very robust DBE program and goes well above and beyond what the federal government requires. But our contracts are now about 33%. Of DBEs are our total. The specifics you asked for, where they were located, whether they were a minority or women, we get back to you on that. But again, having served another transit system to the north of us, New York City Transit and MTA is just killing it when it comes to making sure that there are opportunities for businesses. I've just never seen the kind of effort and results than here.
And then the next one that I was sent to ask, going back to the railroad and the schedule changes. So why isn't there direct service to and from Atlantic Terminal during rush hour from the Laurelton, Rosedale stations? They have them still during the non-peak hours. And yeah, like to understand.
Honestly, we'll have to get back to you on that one. Just again, in my role, while we obviously support LIR, I just can't speak with an informed view about your question. We'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your testimony and participation today.
Thank you.
Sorry, one moment.
I'd like to save the best for last. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Just very briefly, this is kind of an outer borough problem more than a Manhattan problem. MTA has an enormous amount of property that abuts the underpasses through which the LIRR, for example, runs in Brooklyn, which sometimes stretches for over a block long. The property on that area, whether it's the fencing, the sidewalks, the brush, is simply just not maintained. And it would seem, I know there's a capital program, et cetera, but this is really not a capital thing. This is just more general maintenance. It's sending a gardener and a guy to clean and make sure the fences are kept. We've never really, this is a problem that's been going on forever. The city won't do it. Sanitation won't clean up MTA, trash outside an MTA piece of property because it's, private property. It's not the city's property. DOT won't fix your sidewalks because for the same reason. This is all really MTA's obligation to do, and we can't really get MTA to do it. And I'm wondering if you can try to figure out some way that we can fast track, or I'm happy to bring you down there. And
Yeah, no.
as long as you got a cement truck and a partner.
So a couple things. First of all, yes. I mean, we'll bring the right folks for Long Island Railroad to take a look at that. I can't speak to the jurisdictional issues. What I can tell you is our philosophy is to sort of put the alphabet soup of jurisdictions aside and to fix it. There was a Parks piece of land over at Willets Point, which was, let's just say, in difficult shape last year before the U.S. Open. I had my crew in there cleaning it up. I'm actually doing a walk around at Pelham Parkway next Tuesday with the Parks Commissioner. There's, some of it's parks, some of it's MTA, and it all doesn't look good. So we're going to, fix it.
So what's the answer, though? I mean, let's get educated together, or at least I'll get educated. What if it's alongside MTA property, and keeping a separate the parsing, whether it's LIRR, MTA, this, that, it's all MTA. I mean, it all belongs.
Well, that's not true. It's not all MTA. So I think it's city. What I'm saying is it's city and state. I'm saying my philosophy is let's fix it. On this particular one, I don't have the specifics, and happy to take it offline, and we'll figure out among, the alphabet soup of agencies how to get it done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
different here. Good afternoon, everybody. If everybody can please find their seats, we are ready. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll be moving now to our next panel from the Department of Transportation. And we'll be joined on that panel by Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez, Executive Deputy Commissioner Paul Ochoa, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation Planning and Management Eric Beaton, Associate Commissioner of Budget and Capital Program Management Elizabeth Franklin, and Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs Rick Rodriguez. You can raise your right hands, and I will administer the oath. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes. Yes.
You may begin.
Thank you, and everyone, and for record, Rick Rodriguez will not be here with us today. Yes, for the record, to be honest. Good morning, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I'm Ydanis Rodriguez, the Commissioner in New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are Paul Ochoa, Executive Deputy Commissioner, Eric Beaton, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation, Planning and Management, and Elizabeth Franklin, Associate Commissioner of Budget and Capital Program Management. Thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams on DOT's fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget and fiscal year 2023-2033 capital plan. At the preliminary budget press conference, Mayor Adams unveiled his vision for our shared future. This budget reflects the mayor's commitment to promote equitable recovery by making investment in affordable housing, keeping city streets clean, ensuring the safety of communities, and promoting greener city. As the mayor said, while we have made a strong recovery, the city, state, and nation still face economic challenges. The preliminary budget doubled down on the mayor's commitment to fiscal responsibility by spending limited resources wisely. We appreciate the mayor's investments in DOT during the city's disciplined fiscal approach. These budgets will allow DOT to continue critical safety work, reimagining the use of public space, invest in low-income communities and communities of color, make the city more accessible for all New Yorkers, including people with disabilities, maintain our infrastructure, and continue to operate the Staten Island Ferry. DOT's $1.4 billion FY24 expense budget include the following: $111 million for bridges, $129 million for ferries, $228 million for roadways, $299 million for sidewalks, traffic operation on $448 million, transportation planning and management on $186.7 million. DOT's proposed $33 billion FY23-33 capital plan include the following: $17 billion on bridges, $5.5 billion on street reconstruction, $3.4 for resurfacing, $4 billion for sidewalks, $1.3 for traffic, $586 for ferries, and $652 for vehicle facilities and IT. The administration is committed to Vision Zero, and the safety of all New Yorkers remain DOT #1 priority. This is reflected by the significant investment. DOT's current 10-year capital plan 23-33 invests nearly $4 billion in Vision Zero, and our expense budgets invest an average of about $250 million each year in Vision Zero. This commitment is working. As I testified last month, traffic fatality in New York City, and I want to all New Yorkers to know this number because sometimes there's some confusion. Traffic fatality in New York City dropped in 2022 for the first time since 2018. Pedestrian deaths were near record lows. New York City is defining national trends for pedestrian deaths, which are at a 4-decade high across the country. These local trends are encouraging and show that the steps we are taking to make streets safer are working, including our commitment to the safety system approach. And that's why many cities across the nation and others across the globe, including delegation that we have now from São Paulo, Brazil, they are spending this week to look on what is New York City doing to improve safety in our street. But as Mayor Adams had made clear, the only acceptable for us as New Yorkers of traffic fatality is zero. We are committed to doing more. DOT also remains focused on creating a more equitable city where the transportation network meets the need of all New Yorkers, regardless of race, ability, and economic status. DOT is prioritizing street design investments in highly needed neighborhoods based on the priority investment areas laid out in New York City street plan, while still being guided by data such as crash histories and slow bus speeds. We are also committed to robust community engagement and learning from community members, council members, and other elected officials about conditions on the ground. And that's why walking across the borough, meeting with interfaith community, elected officials, and everyone that would like to be part of this conversation about the present and future transportation, for them to have a seat on the table. In 2022, DOT completed 111 street improvement projects, including projects in higher need neighborhood as determined by the priority investment areas. We also exceeded the mayor and my commitment to improving 1,000 intersections with the 1,600 intersections with treatments such as turn calming, all-way stop signs, raised crosswalks, daylighting, and leading pedestrians in tunnels. Some 2022 projects highlighted include many such as protected bike lanes, sidewalk extension on the 8th, 9th, and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan, protected bike lanes in Schermerhorn Street in Brooklyn, intersection upgraded our home loan streets and Grand Street in Grand Central Parkway in Queens, and intersection safety improvement at Victory Boulevard, Brook Street, and Fremont Street in Staten Island. In 2022, DOT completed over 26 new protected bike lanes miles and reached 1,500 bike lane miles citywide, the largest bike network in the United States of America. DOT also hardened 10 miles of previously delineated protected bike lanes and will harden another 10 miles this year. This will keep us on track to hardening half of the city delineated protected bike lanes by the end of 2023, something that all the advocates for Riders Alive, for the Bike New York to TA, they all agree that we should focus on quality, not just on the quantity. In another win for safety, DOT succeeded in getting authority from the state to expand the speed camera enforcement program to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Since the launch of 24 hours operation in August, DOT has experienced a 25% reduction in violation. It means that we are seeing less speeding in our streets. I'm happy to say that this budget invests $81 million more in capital funding for the school safety streets reconstruction project. As I testified last month, student safety is a top priority for me. As a father of 2 daughters, as a former teacher, as a co-founder of 2 schools in New York City Public School. Thanks to Mayor's investment, DOT and DDC will begin construction soon on several contracts for school safety improvement in Brooklyn, Staten Island, and the Bronx, and also start new projects for school safety improvement citywide. To give a sample of the type of safety work this will fund, we enhance safety at Alexander Avenue in the Bronx, a wide roadway that separates local NYCHA residents from schools on the other side of the street by installing new signalized crossing and sidewalk extensions. These changes led to 48% reduction in injury overall and a 67% reduction in pedestrian injuries. We look forward to bringing similar safety gain to more part of the city with this new funding. This budget also includes $77 million in funding for new traffic signal installation, which will allow us to install 200 signals a year, up to 100. In addition, each new installation will include a APS. And we are also constructing about 1.6 miles of Brooklyn waterfront greenway from Red Hook through Sunset Park. This will include 2-way separated bike path and on Hamilton Avenue and 3rd Avenue, race crossings, and accessibility improvements. Next year, we are planning to start design-build activities for the upcoming citywide race crosswalks contract. This project will build more than 100 race crosswalks at high-priority intersections across the 5 boroughs. Race crosswalks improve pedestrian safety conditions by calming vehicle traffic at intersections, while also increasing accessibility by improving a leveled street crossing to the New Yorkers with disability and many senior citizens. Thanks to the support of our city, state, and federal partners, DOT has won grants that will support our work to make streets safer. Last month, we celebrated the 20 million Safe Streets for All grants, and that will support the safety enhancement on the Lancet Street, which will begin construction next year, and a new pedestrian model and micromobility planning tool. And last year, DOT and Parks won a $7.2 million race grant to plan for the expansion of Greenway network across the city. We will be kicking off the public engagement process soon for the landmark community driving study, reimagining the Cross Bronx Expressway, thanks to a $2 million race planning grant we won in partnership with New York State and DCP. We will also be continuing our BQE vision engagement, pursuing once-in-a-generation federal funding for long-term fix for BQE Central and development project to reconnect neighborhood along the corridor, including South Williamsburg, Red Hood, and Sunset Park. And as Mayor Adams said, we want that whatever we hear from the community, there's opportunity to hear the voices of all the stakeholders from the north to the south, anyone that has an impact at the BQE. We have a team hard at work tracking federal funding opportunities and identifying projects that best fit each one. Thank you to all the council members and other elected officials for your support in going after this grant. USDOT value local support, and we will continue to call on you to help us make the case for why these projects are so important. And this is so important because you hear a lot of people out there, billions and billions of dollars that infrastructure bill will provide to city, but all those money or infrastructure come mainly through those grants that we had to apply. So your support as we apply is very important. DOT also continue our work to make it easier and faster to travel around the city for all New Yorkers, regardless of race, ability, or economic status. In 2022, DOT installed APS accessible pedestrian signals at a record of 494 intersections citywide to help New Yorkers who are blind or have low vision navigate the city. This budget also includes over $3 billion in capital funding over the next 10 years to continue pedestrian ramp installation and upgrade citywide. And to speed up buses, last year DOT implemented transit signal priority at a record 781 intersections to reduce the time buses spend stuck at red lights. We improved the life of 400,000 daily bus riders with projects that have made bus services faster and more reliable. One great example is our work with the MTA at Pelham Bay Park Station in the Bronx. Their 1/10 of a mile of bus lane will save 2.5 minutes per trip for thousands of daily bus riders and improve the connection to the subway. This budget includes $62 million in new capital funding to make improvements on Jamaica Avenue from Subhin Boulevard to Merrick Boulevard. Thanks to the support of Speaker Adams, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Gennaro, and Borough President Richards, the project will revitalize this central neighborhood corridor by introducing a number of sidewalk and lane streetscape improvements, building of changes allowed by the new permanent busway. The project will reconstruct the avenue sidewalks and introduce curb extensions, sidewalk expansion, and raised crosswalk at priority intersections. This budget also provides $16 million to fully fund a project along Kings Highway, Flatiron Avenue, and Pennsylvania Avenue. This project will include expansion of existing median bus stop for the B82, adding bus path, resurfacing the roadway, and construction pedestrian safety and accessibility improvements, including pedestrian islands, new raised and planted medians, raised crosswalks, median extensions, and curb extension. We plan to start construction on this project later this calendar year. Turning to the public space, this administration continues to reimagine the use of public space. All New Yorkers should have access to safe, welcoming, and attractive public spaces close to where they live. And DOT continue our work toward this goal, but we only can do it together in partnership with the council and the support of the administration. In 2022, DOT continued to grow the larger open street program in the country with over 200 open streets on 430 city blocks. And we're waiting for more applications to come as the new deadline will be later in April. We celebrate the completion of the 34th Avenue Open Streets redesign, a groundbreaking project that transformed 1.3 miles of 34th Avenue into a pedestrians and cyclists priority corridor, including a new plaza and shared street block centered at schools. These projects enhance safety, accessibility, and create vibrant programming space for the 7 schools within a block of the Jackson Heights corridor. I also joined Councilmember Farias to celebrate the completion of the Morrison Avenue Plaza in Sunview in the Bronx. It was a great day. DOT, in partnership with DDC and the council member DEP and Parks, increased pedestrian space and amenity at a busy intersection under the Morrison Avenue Sunview subway station, while also adding critical safety element. That's how we show by action that we are paying attention to underserved communities. As the mayor announced in his State of the City address, this administration has committed $375 million to improve public spaces. This includes $63 million added in this budget for reconstructing Flatiron Plaza. This funding will allow us to start design and project to connect Madison Square to Harris Square between 21st and 33rd Street as part of the Broadway Vision Plan. These projects will include improving pedestrian spaces and amenity, as well as safety elements such as grade separation of the plaza, landscaping, improved road marking, dedicated bike lanes, and expanded median islands. The major State of the City commitment will also allow us to make permanent upgrade to open streets in Willis Avenue between East 147th Street and Bergen Avenue in the Bronx, the main Thorn Street in Staten Island, and Woodside Avenue in Queens. Applications are currently, as I said before, open to the 2023 Open Street Program. Please help us to spread the word to continue group in our district. As you know, the first deadline was the end of January. We connected with each council member. We asked for any reference that you may have or any non-for-profit, any business improvement district. As a result, we have a large number, so institutions already apply, and the second deadline is gonna be April. Mayor Adams also appointed the city's first ever chief public real officer. DOT look forward to working with Jatin Liu and our city agency to continue to create public spaces that can be enjoyed by all New Yorkers. Turning to our critical operation work that keep the city running. This includes our work to maintain the city roadways, sidewalk, and bridges in a state of good repair and to operate the Staten Island Ferry. As I testified last month, DOT faces staffing challenges that are in the line with many sectors of the economic and municipal government across the city, across the state, and across the country. We are aggressively working to hire and creating a pipeline for future transportation professionals. DOT recently hosted an engineer job fair from which DOT made 50 conditional offers to enthusiastic engineering college students. We also attended the DECA citywide job fair in partnership with DC 37, where we made a number of offers, including 20 apprentice inspectors. We are also working with DECA to expand the qualification of hard-to-recruit job titles to increase the numbers of diverse candidates. DOT also created a new Director of Workforce Development position to focus on recruitment initiatives and targeted outreach. The director has been collaborating with executive staff and hiring management to develop recruiting strategies to attract and retain a diverse workforce. The director has also been conducting outreach to organizations that represent underrepresented population in various agency titles and pursuing opportunity to partner with citywide agencies such as the Mayor Office for Talent and Workforce Development, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, and the Mayor's Office for People with Disability. And more than happy to connect that person with any of your staff if you would like for us also to work closer as we work toward the recruitment initiative. On ferries, this budget includes $46 million in capital funding for ferry dry docking and reconstruction of ferry maintenance facility, piers, and wharves. This reconstruction is necessary to ensure DOT can maintain ferries to U.S. Coast Guard regulations and comply with the American Bureau of Shipping's classification requirements. This budget includes $36 million in new capital funding for fully fund the Harper Street asphalt plant. This plant is a key piece of DOT operation, producing more than 3 tons of material for our resurfacing crew. We are so glad that we are funded in the baseline to reserve 1,100 lane miles and up to 50 miles of bike lanes. We all should know and should be proud that this is one of the few cities that we produce 50% of the asphalt that we need to resurface our street. DOT maintains nearly 800 bridges. We plan to start construction soon on the Williamsburg Bridge, continuing the goal of maintaining the iconic East River bridges in a state of good repair. This contract will extend the service life of the bridge for up to 60 years for future generations, and will include rehabilitating the floor beams, a structure supporting the subway tracks, and more. We will also be beginning work on the Fifth Avenue Bridge over the Long Island Railroad and subway tracks, and work on Boston Road over the Hutchinson River. In conclusion, Chair and Council members, I would like to thank the Council for the opportunity to testify before you today. This investment, along with our legislative agenda, will lead to a safer city for all New Yorkers. I look forward to partnering with the Council as we work together to make this street safer, more equitable, and accessible for generations to come. En 1 minute, en un minuto, quiero hoy reconocer la inversión que hace el alcalde Mayo Adams con el apoyo del Consejo Municipal para nosotros en el Departamento de Transportación de la Ciudad de Nueva York tener todos los recursos necesarios para mantener nuestros puentes, para asfaltear la carretera, para hacer la acera segura, para tener los ferries en Staten Island corriéndose correctamente, para seguir haciendo de Nueva York un Nueva York seguro para todos los neoyorquinos. We will now be happy to answer any question.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and it's always great to see you and your team. So before we begin, the committee may not get to all of our questions or may not have responses, so we will send a follow-up letter for any unanswered questions. We're going to just ask that in the interest of time that the responses be as brief and succinct as possible. So I'm going to start with traffic. Oh, and I've been joined by Councilmember Juan as well. I want to acknowledge. Okay. And so, traffic fatalities. Fatalities amongst bicyclists have increased from 14 in 2014. The year Vision Zero was launched to 18 in 2023, a 29% increase. Moreover, pedestrian fatalities increased from 107 to 113 between fiscal 2020 and fiscal 2023. It is unclear at the present pace if the city will achieve its goal of zero traffic-related fatalities by 2024. What does DOT attribute this increase to, and what is DOT doing to address this issue of increasing traffic fatalities?
A few things, and then Eric will add it as a person that oversees everything that we do on planning. I think that, one thing that I would like to offer is also, if the chair and the speaker allow, is to come one day to the lounge, at the council, and give like a more detailed presentation about, how we collect the data on crashes. Like, what is the number? Because I think that there's some disparity on the interpretation on those numbers. you will see, let's say, that there is council district that you will see a higher numbers of motorists, right? But then those council, they had the Deacon, they had the FDR, and what you saw is that in the last year and after COVID, the numbers of reckless drivers have increased nationwide. So when you look at intersection at the street of New York City, our street, putting aside the highway, putting aside the speeding epidemic that is hitting our city, you will see that the numbers that we have is completely going down. One death is too many for Mayor Adams, for myself, and for more than 5,000 men and women that work at DOT. But Eric can share, what is the real data. And I think that it is important, again, if we can coordinate it with you one day to come in front of you guys, in more time at the lounge so that we can share. What is the difference? Huh? Like how? Because you hear people all the day.
So you don't feel that there's been an increase, is what you're saying?
We are so confident that Vision Zero is working. Vision Zero is a policy that started with Switzerland that combined engineer, enforcement, and education. But Eric also can add a little bit about those numbers.
Sure. So in 2013, the first year of Vision Zero, we had 184 pedestrian fatalities. And last year, 2022, we had 120, so a decrease of about a third. So as the commissioner said, we don't treat those numbers as acceptable. Even one is clearly too much, but we do feel like things are trending in the right direction, even as nationwide the number of pedestrian fatalities has gone up as we've seen increased speeding and larger vehicles on our roads. And it's early, and I'm always worried about jinxing it, but year to date, we're doing even better than we have in any year under Vision Zero. So we do think that it has been working. We're very proud of that. We think we have more to do, but we think the tools we have are making the streets safer for everyone, especially for our most vulnerable road users.
Okay, next we're gonna pivot to Transportation Master Plan missed targets, which is something we were able to talk about in the last hearing that we had together. So in an effort to...
And I also would like to, as we are in the same, as we in partnership, when it comes to try to identify other things that we can do to achieve our goal, together with Councilmember John Liu and other Assembly member, we also been working in Albany to see a reduction of the level of alcohol that people are allowed to have when they drivers and reducing from 0.8 to 0.5. And we know that if we are able to make those changes, we will be able to see a big reduction in our city. Again, we are not telling people not to drink, as we are not telling people not to drive. All we are saying is about if you drive, don't drink.
Thank you. So in an effort to make our streets safer, in October 2019, the council passed the Transportation Master Plan, legislated to take effect in fiscal year 2022. The master plan calls for the installation of at least 250 protected bike lanes and 150 protected bus lanes, bus stop upgrades at 2,500 stops, redesign of at least 2,000 intersections, and major transportation projects. However, mandated targets set in the plan have been missed. According to the preliminary mayor's management report, bus lane miles installations decreased 47% to 6.8 miles in the first 4 months of fiscal 2023 when compared to last year. Last year, DOT installed just 12.9 miles of bus lanes, a 37% decrease when compared to fiscal 2021, and well below the 20-lane mile benchmark set for 2022 by the Transportation Master Plan. Additionally, in the first 4 months of fiscal 2023, DOT added 18.1 bike lane miles, a decrease of 42% over the same period in fiscal 2022, of which 8.6 miles are protected lanes. Can you please provide the committee with an update on the status of the master plan? And we'd like to know why DOT missed its bus lane target last year, because I know in the last hearing we heard, one reason, there was different reportings as to the reason, so we just like to have a clear understanding as to why the target was missed. And the master plan set a mandated benchmark of 30 miles of bus lanes in fiscal 2023. Will DOT meet this benchmark? Will DOT install an additional 7.1 miles of lanes to make up for last year's missed target?
As you know, this street master plan is deep to my heart. That was my bill that I was a co-prime. So as a commissioner, I have the honor to be working with the agency to address any challenges that you may have in order to accomplish those goals. And one thing that, and I will get into the details, but we know where we, we short behind was on bus lane, bike lane, and that was a top one. And even with bike lane, we did good. The bus lane was one of those that I need support from local council members. There's one reason among many others that we go to community. I say, for me, it's great to have Councilmember Faria because I know that she came, a new air in her district. That was a district that I couldn't think about getting support for bus lane or bike lane before. So now having her in partners working with us, challenging us, making us accountable, but now that she's there standing for this initiative, that's what we also, as we're going to be getting, and we're going to get into the details on, yeah, we can deal with vacancy challenges, but I can say overall it's about building that support in the local community that we're going. And not only for us, it's important to come with the local council member support, and as we get there, to help us to move forward. But also, we also have learned to start early the process of engagement. As you know, I'm doing my commission in the borough, and I'm meeting with the council member. I'm going meeting with the interfaith community. And the Intergovernmental Community Affairs Division, they also do the part. But the technical part, this is something that Eric also can add.
Sure, and as the commissioner said, we're very committed to the targets in the master plan, and we reaffirmed that in our streets plan update last month. And we were upfront about how many miles we had done. We recognized that on those couple things we didn't meet the target, even though we met or exceeded the targets on so many of them. And I think what we want to do is make sure we're doing not just projects to meet numerical goals, but doing the right projects in the right ways. Last year we did some shorter projects that still had benefited tens and hundreds of thousands of bus riders, and we want to make sure that we're doing it in close community consultation. We also did many projects that were not required in the law, like the bike lane hardening, like open streets and open restaurants, like all the additional intersection safety work we did that we thought were critically important to achieve, and again, I think really show up in our continued good Vision Zero numbers. We think we do have a really exciting slate of projects for this year on bus lanes, projects like Gun Hill Road in the Bronx and Northern Boulevard in Queens. And as the commissioner said, we appreciate all the local support, and we want to make sure we're working with local communities to get those projects done.
How is DOT planning to overcome obstacles to implementing 150 new bus lanes or busway miles in 4 years in compliance with the streets plan law?
Then also pass it to Paul Ochoa, who also, oversee, the HR and that piece related to staff, and this is something that he's doing, working with a different division. But, as I said, look those two areas, bus lane and bike lane, and those were the two top ones. And that one also we learned early in the process that we had to start early. The level of engagement, we elected officials with community bases, not only beside community board, interfaith, PTAs, and other riders in the different communities that was understanding. We also heard loud and clear that, the different council members, they've been saying, when will we get a scooter in my district? When will we get a bike in my district? And we are saying, we need to build the infrastructure. So I feel that, what we are doing is, one, being sure that we address the staffing, and that's why we have partners with CUNY and City College, and that's why we've been partners with DC 37, and that's why we have an internship program that we will have almost 200 young person who will be doing internship, and many of them, they started doing interns, and they ended working in planners and bridges and different divisions. But I think that Paul also can add about what is that we're doing this year to address, how to get to those numbers.
The vacancy reduction memo issued in November described a change in the city's hiring process, ending the policy that allowed agencies to fill one of every 2 vacant positions. Since November, has your agency been enabled by OMB to fill all vacant positions, or are you still required to provide 2 vacant positions for every 1 to be hired?
I will pass it to Polo Chor, the first deputy, to also then answer the question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question. Listen, DOT understood the role that agencies needed to play in a difficult fiscal climate. We are happy to say that OMB and City Hall have been helping us, and we are no longer doing the 2-for-1 policy, which is a huge plus for agencies. And the realities in the vacancy reduction is that vacancies don't necessarily equate to staffing. The vacancies that we were asked to give were long-standing vacancies we just haven't been able to fill. I think we are very proud of the work that we're doing in terms of recruitment and trying to reach that level. I think we have a commitment from City Hall and OMB that if we get to a point where we fill our vacancies, then we'll start conversations about bringing in more budgeted headcount. But I think as the commissioner mentioned the job fairs that we've done focusing on engineers and planners, which are sort of the 2 critical roles that we are seeing, and we're having the most difficult time as with other municipalities and even the private sector is just a very tight labor market for engineers and planners. But listen, I think we're very proud of the work that we're doing, and we're also very excited about the mayor's announcement in the DC 37 deal to pilot a hybrid option for staff. I think that is something that we've been hearing, certainly is something that the private sector tends to offer, and I think it'll certainly help recruitment and retention here at DOT.
And we understand that DOT continues to say that they don't really need more funding for the agencies, but do you see that some of the challenges with hiring up even quicker is as a result of maybe like needing higher wages? Like, who are you losing out to? Are you losing out to the MTA? Are the salary ranges comparable for the planners at DOT to MTA or other competitors like that?
I think there's many factors, and you heard some of those that I mentioned that Paul also referred to, work that we're doing in collaboration, or with many other higher education institutions. People migrate from one place to the other. Council member that I saw before me here, I met them, they love it. They work in agency. Members of agency, now they work at the council. So I think there's always it's going to be migration of individual from one place to the other for different reasons. Sometimes you want to do something different. I feel that, this year, on this administration of Mayor Eric Adams, and we all know that this mayor is different from previous one. He's very supportive of commissioners and agencies to be creative. He's very supportive of commissioners to be working, with DCAS to say, how can we align when you get the exam as a student are coming out from college? That makes a big difference. When we had the job fair at 55 Water Street, and we offered the job opportunity to more than 50 engineers, that was the result of we've been supported by Mayor Adams and DCAS to say, you guys work together. So we were able to invite engineers that they will be graduating next year for them to know that they can have an offer so that when they graduate in May, they will come to work. So for us, it's about continue doing our part. Marketing is key. When you get through this hearing, we learn about the bridges. But most New Yorkers, even those who are in college, they think that we only have Manhattan Bridge, the East River. When someone is in college and say, you have this opportunity to work in an agency that oversee almost 800 bridges, that run that the sidewalk, the resurfacing. Last year, the roadway under the leadership we are in, she started testing plastic as to recycle and turn it as asphalt. So it's about marketing. It's about connecting with the students. Yesterday I was with Chancellor Banks.
It's about money too, though.
Listen, we all know that we have limited resources. When I used to be an activist, I used to be in front of City Hall and thinking that I was only had unlimited resources. When you are a BNT and you guys are going to be sitting with the speaker and you have to make decision about which is the budget that we have next year, then you have to decide where do you put resources. As we need as much resources as possible, I take it. Give me and I take it, and I will use it. But what I can say, Mayor Adams increased 18% on our budget last year. He added almost $400 million this year in the state of the district. I cannot ask for more support from any mayor than what I get from you, from the speaker, and for you who also will always advocating for DOT to have more resources.
So what you're saying
For the
is
record,
since it was
we also poach and recruit staff from the MTA, so it's not just a one-way street.
luckily MTA has left the building. But in terms of like, because you got the 18% increase, have you applied it to the salary ranges that you're like advertising right now?
Yeah, listen, I think the commissioner said it right. We're never going to be able to compete with the private sector, but I think we have other opportunities that we offer. Not only that, our benefits package, the city's benefit package and defined pension is a big factor when it comes to recruiting. But I think, if you're asking me, will we ever compete with the private sector? No. And I don't think
No, what I'm asking is on the job post, have you increased the salary ranges?
Yeah, and I would also say, just going back to the mayor's announcement and DC 37 deal, there's going to be a 9% increase come May, which will, of course, help.
And if you don't mind adding to what Paul's saying, what we know is that the private sector tend to offer higher salary in many areas. However, we in government, we offer other things that is priceless. When someone comes from college and that person learns that they can build pedestrian plaza, that they can make the city the safest one in the nation, that everyone across the nation is looking about how New York City has the larger numbers of bike lane, bus lane, open restaurant, open street. People also know that, they work certain hours a day, but they also get a lot of things when they work in government. So as a private sector providing many areas provide higher salary, we in government also provide other incentives that they will never find in other place.
Also, according to OMB, for the current fiscal year, DOT saw attrition of 270 full-time employees. How many new hires has your agency added during the current fiscal year?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. I also would be remiss to acknowledge the tremendous work that our workforce continues to do even in challenging times. So I want to make sure that we start there. As for the retirements, we are keeping up with attrition in terms of our hiring, plus a bit more. I think the job fairs that we're doing, the advertising campaigns that we're doing will certainly help that, but we are certainly keeping up with attrition.
Does DOT plan on conducting outreach in neighborhoods to solicit feedback from local communities prior to launching any major transportation projects?
Yes. For the first time, the agency has first of all, the agency will be bringing a person that will be working at the community, intergovernmental community engagement. It's focused about building community engagement. I also create a position for a director of immigrant affairs, the connection between DOT and the immigrant community. Okay. And as I said before, when I went to Staten Island, meeting with the local council member, borough president, and others, I ended that day meeting with 40 interfaith leaders. Because what I feel that in the past, the conversation about transportation and planning was more something related to the highly educated, middle and upper class New Yorkers. Now what we are saying, I'm taking the lead as someone that is the first non-native English-speaking person, someone that has paid my due, someone that has contributed to the city, someone that has been living in the underserved community my whole life, is that part of the city make a larger percentage of individuals that they have never been invited to be on the table to talk about transportation, to learn that transportation is the most important equalizer that touch the life of everyone.
And sorry, Commissioner, and how will DOT ensure that the master plan projects and funding are equitably distributed among city neighborhoods?
We have a formula in place, and Eric, if you can take it through the formula, and especially in resurfacing, I don't think that the city that had the best system in place to address equity as we do resurfacing, and we do many other projects.
Sure, and something that we were very proud to introduce as part of the streets plan is the priority investment areas, where we explicitly look at places in the city that may have been historically underserved by the agency in terms of infrastructure, where we look at populations of color, low-income populations, population density, as well as where we've actually done projects in the past. And we use that as a tool to make sure that as we plan new projects, we are serving or over-serving those communities that have gotten less previously. So we are always guided by the data. We always want to make sure we're working at locations with the highest crash rates, but we also use that as a lens to make sure that we're not leaving parts of the city behind.
So do you already have it kind of populated in terms of what communities, is the formula done, or are you doing it project by project?
Yes, it's in the streets plan, and we can make sure you see that.
And one thing that also on the Mayor Adams we did was also, as you know, working with the previous council body, you know, we created the Agni Community Media Office in the city of New York. And as a result, also the council baseline $5 million on Vision Zero. We also use the money to also go to the connect also through the Agni Community Media, not only with the immigrants community, but also local media. So what we are expanding, we're working aggressively to be sure that the voice of the community, again, are early in the process as we look for any project that is not only about, here we have the project done, say yes or no. So, and of course, the leadership, each of you council members play in this. My commitment to go and walk through every single council district to hear your feedback. I have not been in any of your districts that you have highlighted anything that is important for you that has not come back with solution. So that's what we will continue doing it. And I'm doing it because this is what Mayor Adams had instructed all council members, build a close working relationship with every elected official and be sure that you know that the ear on this city is relying on those leaders that we have in the local communities.
So I'm gonna ask two questions under resurfacing streets, and then I'm gonna yield to my colleagues just to make sure that they get their questions in. So DOT previously had a goal to repave 1,300 lane miles annually, which was reduced to 1,100 lane miles per year in fiscal 2020 and fiscal 2021. Last year, in our budget response, the council urged the administration to increase baseline funding for street resurfacing by $45.1 million in the executive budget to allow DOT to repave 1,300 annually. This funding was not added at adoption. The fiscal 2024 preliminary plan maintains the repaving goal of 1,100 lane miles in fiscal 2024. Given that the preliminary budget only provided funding to repave 1,100 lane miles, is the resurfacing of 1,100 lane miles adequate to meet the city's needs? And does the department have the staff capacity to repave additional lane miles beyond the 1,100 in fiscal 2024?
Again, the roadway division at DOT run by Arena is composed by 1,200 men and women that work under her leadership. We feel that they work together between the administration and the council, being sure that also we baseline those resources so that we have the funding necessary that have allowed for a contract milling and material purchase to 1,100 lane miles. It's a good support that we have and provide the support that we need. We feel that it is an adequate amount to keep the street in a state of good repair.
Thank you. I'm going to yield to Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, good to see you. Just doubling down on what the Chair was just asking with lane mile resurfacing. You know, in the first 2 years of the prior administration, they committed and achieved 2,500 lane miles of resurfacing while you were the chair of this committee. And it was an astonishing achievement. It really put us forward in terms of making our roads in a better state of repair. So how many lane miles to date for this fiscal year have you done citywide and by borough? And what do you expect the number would be for FY24 based on the proposal now? Because I really think we need to get to over 200 lane miles of resurfacing in my borough and to 1,200 or 1,300 citywide, because we had a pretty decent winter and we have a real opportunity to get ahead on our resurfacing goals if we were to go with the 1,300 lane miles for FY24.
Yeah, listen, we all are in the same boat. We know that, as I said, that, the larger percentage of responsibility that we have in this agency is to be sure that we take care of the everyday New Yorkers, and it's about pothole, it's about roadway, it's about resurfacing, and even New Yorkers expect that the city, through DOT, is taking care of that responsibility, which we do. But, more than happy now to take you, with more details on how we're doing in breakdown per borough. And yes, I always say that, I work, and we all do. We work, to the best of our ability. We feel that we have the resources to resurface, but we always take more on whatever.
Thank you, Councilman, for that question. I think resurfacing is one of the core functions of the agency, and we're very proud of it. It has been a very good winter, and I think we've met a lot. You only need to look at our response time for pothole repairs. I think we went from about 4 days, which is still well above our target, to about 2 days for this winter, precisely because we've been able to get crews out there. So far, year to date in Staten Island, we've done about 106 miles of resurfaced lanes. This upcoming season starts on Monday. And we're actually bringing in about 550 seasonal workers to do exactly this work. There's no indication that we won't meet our target, and I think you're right. There has been, in the years past, made incredible investments in resurfacing. This is the reason why we think 1,100 miles is exactly where we need to go.
Well, I'll trade you back our bike lane and bus lane miles if you give me a few more resurfacing miles for our regular streets. And Chair, if you could just bear with me with one more question, thank you. I want to turn to the issue of the ferry. We've had significant service disruptions going back years before you were commissioner. And the answer we were always given, it's COVID-related vulnerabilities in the workforce, and we're well past that now. And we had the event this past summer where we had a significant disruption in service. And so my question to you is, when are we going to get back to the locally law-mandated levels of service, every half hour for off-peak, every 20 or 15 minutes, depending on what hour of peak service we're talking about? Because particularly for off-peak, we're constantly seeing the DOT is in violation of the law passed by my predecessor, Jimmy Otto. I was at a dinner the other night, and I was taking a friend from Manhattan back to the ferry, and he asked me, how often does the ferry come? I said, every half hour, and the server corrected me and says, no, after midnight, it's hourly service. So there's a perception among the community that service has been cut because of how much disruption there has been. So I'd love to know, I know you're not the Office of Labor Relations, I think this is a labor issue, but you do have a representative who's in on those negotiations. When are we gonna see a contract for this folks who've been out of one for over almost 12 years now?
First of all, my thanks to all the captain that carry our ferry, to John, our director for the Staten Island Ferry, and for almost 400, great staff that we have, in New Borough or Staten Island, the great borough, New York City, that has one of the largest ferry services in the nation, not only for the residents of Staten Island, that, as Mayor Adams has said, is not the forgotten borough anymore, but also a ferry that provides free services to millions of tourists, that they also come to the city and they use the ferry to go enjoy the nice view that they have when they go to Staten Island. They come back from there. As you say, negotiation going through. As someone that used to be a teacher, used to be the chapter leader at my unions, in the school where I used to be the chairman of the Social Studies department. I also know that how important it is for our workers to get the contract, but this is, as you say, negotiation that is going on, and I hope again that we will get good results. And I will pass it to Paul to add other information when it comes to the challenges that we have had. That is not only about staffing; it's all the challenges. But as you know, we through the work that we have done, with the ferry, with you and the other elected official, borough president, we are so committed again, as instructed by Mayor Adams, to be sure that we look at the ferries as a service that know how important it is, and we do the best we can to our ability.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Councilmember Rosa. if you could make it real tight, because we pushed TLC back already.
Thank you.
I
I'm
don't
going to
wanna
make it
push
really
back
tight.
twice.
Councilmember, just a quick technical note. I think on the things that we do control, we're working with DCAS on changing like title specs so that we can recruit more marine oilers, for example, which are a critical part of our ferry operations. And so we are doing that. So the things that we control, we're pushing ahead, trying to recruit more people for our sideline and ferry operations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair. Really appreciate your leadership. Always good to see you, Commissioner. Thank you for your leadership, and good to see my friend Deputy Commissioner Ochoa. And I just wanted to firstly recognize the Brooklyn Borough Commissioner, Keith Bray, who does a great job. And I really appreciate Keith. So thank you. That's like such an organic round of applause for a government worker, a public official who works really hard. Keith responds to every email, whether it be 6 a.m. or 11 o'clock at night. He really cares. So thank you, Keith.
Stop emailing people at 6 a.m., please.
He responds at 6 a.m., but I do email at all hours, and I apologize. I'm trying to do more scheduled send. I'm working on it. So thank you for the feedback, Paul. I just briefly on staffing, we had a good back and forth on this last time, Commissioner, and I appreciate you all are trying, but I just have to underscore the data in the PMMR really is concerning to me. I'm very concerned about being down 42% on bike lane installation in particular. Bus lane miles are down significantly year over year, nearly 50% due to lack of available staffing. Do we have a plan to staff up and to get our bike and bus lane installation numbers back on track in the immediate future for safety purposes? And just ask for a brief answer because I'd like to shift gears.
The answer is yes. We're working to all our ability. Eric is the one who lead that division, and we're confident that we will continue making a lot of progress. We get the support from the mayor, from the resources, and Eric, if you would like to add something else?
Good.
Okay.
I just want to say I will block and tackle in District 33. I know many of my colleagues feel the same. If there's any ways that we can be stronger partners for you, let us know. We want to help. We want you to achieve these goals. We know you want to achieve these goals. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. I'd like to now switch to our maybe least favorite topic or favorite topic, the three-letter word, the BQE. Oh, that's it. Time is up. One question then. I'll ask a three-part question for you, Commissioner. Quick three-part. I was too nice to Keith Bray. Damn. One, Commissioner, do you personally, as the progressive champion that you have always been, support keeping the triple cantilever at 2 lanes in each direction for environmental reasons and otherwise? Two, could you comment on the feasibility of adding columns to the current structure of the triple cantilever? And three, the proposed temporary highways in the recent plans that have been released, just want to confirm, would put a temporary bypass through Brooklyn Bridge Park. Could you just comment on those three? Thank you.
We will, Lincoln, as you are, of course, that individual that we share values, we know that where our heart is, and we 100%. Know that, we are also committed for the best of your district and the whole city. So I'm not going to be getting into the details because we are in the early process of the community engagement, where, again, you are an important piece of this process. As you know, we've been meeting with you and the other elected from the north. We're meeting with the other elected from the south. For the first time, these agencies is investing $25,000 in 18 CVOs that they are helping us with the community engagement. So we know that, we hope that environmental study starting soon, but we just want to let the process to go through. Definitely the voices of the local council member community will be very important as we will decide the numbers of lane, where we put the structure.
All right, you were punting on the BQE today, but I love you anyway, so thank you for being with us, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to go next to MWBE percentage. Please provide the committee with the MWBE percentage, excuse me, this one is mixed up, for DOT contracts for fiscal 2023 and the projection for fiscal 2024.
Thank you for that question, council member. I think one of the main things that the commissioner first mentioned when I started DOT was the importance of increasing our MWB utilization rate. Not only is it creating good jobs, but it's giving opportunities to Black and brown minority owners. We are proud to say that we are surpassing our own goals. Year to date, we are above 50% higher than last year in terms of MWB utilization rate. We're about $107 million in current contracts. And listen, we want to
What's that percentage?
About 20% year to date, but we have 4 months left in the year, which means we are on target to meet our 27% target. As for next year, and I think Michael Gardner, who's the new director of Mayor's Office of MWB, has been very clear. The agency's expectation is 30%, and that's what our goal is going to be for 2024.
And the mayor committee, as you know, that he wants to see 26 billion by 2025 going for women and minority. He was very clear, as the Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright too, and the new director. So I feel that this is a commitment that is coming not only from myself as a commissioner and each commissioner, but it's also coming directly from the mayor. And again, Chair, as we look at this number, this is going to be the year that we will be able to say what did we complete in a year of this administration, because this year in the calendar year in 22 was a combination between what the previous administration and the current administration R&D. But whatever we are sharing right now show how we are moving the positive direction, getting so far by this year having 20% already of the 30% that we want to accomplish of contract going to women and minority.
How many contracts were granted to women-owned businesses, and how many were granted to businesses owned by people of color?
Okay, we have.
I just need the numbers.
178 total contracts we have for white women, 67, and then we have it broken down by 39 for African American, 41 for Hispanic, and 31 for Asian. So just note that there may be African American women, African American.
Wait, 39 African American.
Yes. 41 Hispanic.
41 Hispanic.
67 white woman. 31 Asian. These are 178 contracts.
31 is Asian. Okay. And then how many contracts were granted to New York City-based businesses, and how many were granted to businesses located outside of New York City?
Yeah, about 50% are MWB businesses in the city. About 30% are in New York State, just not in New York City.
Wait, how much is New York State?
30%.
30%.
And about 20 to 25% in New Jersey.
Okay.
And one thing, Chair, is that, there is limitation that we have by the law on New York State. So that, let's say, we cannot say that all MWB have to be from the city, because, you used to work in Port Authority and other agencies too. So the MWB, anyone can apply for Jersey from upstate
But you
New York.
could prioritize the city.
Well, we, the city, cannot deny anyone that applied from Jersey or looking for opportunity for us in New York. However, with the new leadership of Michael Gardner, we know that we're going to be looking to, go to the state and look on any other thing that also can do to be sure that also with the apprenticeship and other initiatives that we also can create better conditions for more women and minorities to have more access to MWB and to know how to navigate the system and to get the support that they need in order to be able to do their job on time.
Okay, I'm going to pivot to Vision Zero. How much funding will be allocated to Vision Zero work in the 10-year plan between fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2031?
Just give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Okay, let's have it also to answer that one.
Just the numbers.
Sure. As the commissioner stated in his testimony, actually, our 10-year capital plan invests nearly $4 billion in Vision Zero, and our expense budget invests an average of about $250 million each year.
Thank you.
Sure.
Will this funding be allocated equitably? Can you provide a breakdown of where Vision Zero funding will be spent by borough?
Top priority, I guess, like this is about, we follow data on crashes, but also we have our own system on how we address equity and how we prioritize. But Eric will also add a little bit more on the mechanism that we use.
Sure. As the commissioner said, we are always guided by the latest information on where crashes, serious injuries, fatalities are happening. So, I can't tell you in 5 years where those will be, but on a year-by-year basis, we are guided by where that happens, and that's on our day-to-day expense side. On the capital plan, again, it's easier to look back at where money has been spent, but we're happy to sort of, I know this has come up before, we're happy to sort of work with you on what the right way to break this down would be.
And Chair, we will follow with you. And as you know, there's a new day in the city where this administration say, let's be sure that every community look for the lens of equity. And as you know, that it is priority for Mayor Adams, for Speaker Adams, it is for you and for me. So any opportunity that we have, if there's any council member that feel that the voices, that the need that they have in the community has not been heard, more than happy to follow with you on that.
Yes, I'll follow up on Beach 77th Street on the milling and on Beach Channel Drive, where I'm looking for infrastructure improvements where Davina Afacopa was killed by the vehicle. Mike?
The resurfacing is scheduled for this year. Thank you, first of all, to bring it to our attention. As you know, one of the things that I'm doing is that I'm sure that in every hearing that I had, I do the best I can to all my borough commissioners here, because I also want to be sure that, all of you council members, your borough commissioner, your staff and our staff work very close.
So is it March or April? April, May? Good, because I got, on my way here today, I got a phone call about it. And then for Beach Channel, where Davina was killed with the vehicle, infrastructure? Follow up? Okay. Okay, I'm going to yield to Councilmember Juan.
Hi, everyone from DOT. Thank you so much, Chair Sylvina Brooks Powers, and thank you so much to the DOT team. My question is around how does the spending get determined from Department of Transportation, since you're covering 5 boroughs, and I know how busy you all are. So within each district, how do you determine, or which districts get the funding to make the design changes? Because as you saw in my district, we just had another incident last night at a very busy intersection where we've had multiple injuries. 2 teenagers were hit by a car. So I'm just trying to understand, how does the funding model work on how you determine or triage which intersections that you choose to make changes to, because I know that it is very costly.
Yeah, Councilmember, first of all, thank you for inviting me and the rest of my team, to be with you. Unfortunately, in that sad moment, with the family that lost a beautiful daughter, a smart daughter, they're 7 years old. And look, we have 44,000 intersections in the city of New York. And as you say, you heard from Eric Bitton, who is the person that oversees everything on planning. And I gotta say that, I think that the 12 years that I spent sitting in that part of this, at the council body, and the last, 12 years I was a member of this committee. And the last 8 years, being the chairman of this committee. I think that give me, season me for me, to understand that, first of all, and as I said before, I live in a community that, is about the east or west, or the northern Manhattan area. I know what it was, to be in places where people say, we have not been heard. So I think that it's not only that there's direction for Mayor Adams campaign and he got elected with a mandate, to address equity. And what we have seen on hand is about, when he said get stuff done, it's not a joke. He's really mean it. And I know that all of you connected with him. And what we are doing to be sure that every council, the 51 council districts, get the same interest, the same investment, and the same attention. So you heard from Eric, we had a formula on how we make decisions. We have a borough in each, we have commissioner in each borough. But when I have my cabinet meeting every week, we are around 35 men and women who are leaders in each division. The first thing that I address, and they will be tired with me, is about let's be sure that whatever we do is addressing the need of every single community. So I think that you heard the mechanism that we use, but it's more than the mechanism, the formula that we use is about the determination of this administration to be sure that no community is left behind.
Can you break down the actual formula for us so that we can understand how each district within the district, when I have hotspots where people continue to get mauled by cars, on how those changes are, how the investment determinations are made?
Yeah, in 20-second first, and there we added, we never can predict where a crash can happen, and we do follow those intersections that are the more dangerous one. So when January 2022, we announced that we're going to be focusing on improving 1,000 intersections. We selected the most dangerous intersection based on police report, based on council member call, based on assessment that we did. That was one of the measures that we used. The second thing that we also know is that, unfortunately, there's drivers, that they're involved in a crash because they have high level of alcohol. And that's why I also need your support, to support John Liu, the state senator, who is looking to reduce the level of alcohol to be reduced from 0.8 to 0.5. That decision will allow the city to reduce 10% of crashes. So, but in the speed camera, something that you support me and help me to, allow for us to come out and say, we reduce this percentage of crashes, but Eric can talk a little bit on the formula.
Sure, and when we say formula, it doesn't mean that we, rank every intersection from 1 to 44,000 and always go in order, right? We work closely with local communities. We know that there's feedback sometimes that doesn't show up in the data. But what we start with is we look at fatalities, but not just fatalities. We also focus on serious injuries as well, because we know that any serious injury could have been a fatality depending on the person and how it played out. So that's how we put together our Vision Zero Borough action plans, which identify the intersections, streets, and areas that we think are most likely to have another serious injury or another fatality. And that's where we focus the vast majority of our work. So that's how we do things. It's always hard when there's a fatality that occurs at a location that was not on that list. And then we go and make sure we look and see what do we need to do at that location. And not just at that location, but locations that are like that location.
Do you think there's something wrong with the current existing formula for determining which intersections get investment? Because you're pegging it on the amount of people who have died. So that means that your benchmark is a retrospective design, saying that it is only at the aftermath of a death and injury that you will make investments, instead of preventing those deaths and injuries to make sure that we don't have other hotspots.
No, we don't only do project based on reacting. We do prevention. And the first thing that I say is about we following the data. And the data is what we can accumulate as a result of police that they can report. Is the 311, is the council member that has identified which are the most dangerous intersections. So when we say last year that we're going to be raising the crosswalk, we just say, let's focus on the most dangerous intersection. When we say, let's redesign the most dangerous intersection, let's address the left turn, we follow those data, and it's working. We've been reducing. But what I say, when someone is driving and it has a level of alcohol in their body, and they hit someone, it doesn't matter where the intersection was. Unfortunately, we cannot predict that to happen.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I definitely support you in the state, and I know that the many council members will be supporting you in lowering the threshold for alcohol levels in the body. My last question is, before I turn it back to the chair, is on Queensboro Bridge. Could you give us the latest on the construction and when the South Outer Roadway will begin construction, the timeline, and when it will open for pedestrian use?
Yes, we will, and the first thing that Eric will also address, this is like one of the bridges where we're doing the largest investment. It is a work that, is needed. It has to be done in that area. So of course, we work with you. We are committed to address, as you know, the need that we have for the cyclists, for the pedestrians, but also there's I don't know if Paul ever.
Yeah, we would just like a clear timeline because the funding the budget that was allocated from the Manhattan Borough President, the Queensborough President, and former Councilmember Kalos and Van Bramer, I would like to know if the capital investments that have been made for procurement still remains the same or you need additional funds because of inflation and the recession.
Eric will add where we are in.
Yeah, I mean, as we've discussed, like we feel very committed to turning that south outer roadway into the pedestrian path and really opening that up. We do need to complete that reconstruction work on the upper deck. We think that the schedule continues to be on target. The work will continue through 2023 as we've expected, but we are making sure we get everything lined up so that we can open it, as soon as we can afterwards. So we
what
are
is the timeline? Can you give us at least the months of this year?
Yes, so we expect that the upper level work will continue to basically until the end of 2023, and then we should open the south outer roadway shortly after, so probably in early 24.
So now you're changing it to early 24. Last time we spoke, you told me that it'll be open by late 2023 because it was promised to be opened in 2022.
We are now. First of all, new administration. We did the assessment when we took this responsibility, new administration, and we looked at the fact and we knew that it was not accurate, the previous date that was given, the year, and that's why we get back to you and the rest of the body say we're working to do at the end of 2023, we're working toward that goal.
If you can just follow up offline with Councilmember Juan on that, I'd appreciate that. Just a few more questions. How much did DOT spend on New York City Streets Plan in the 2022 calendar year? I just need the amount.
Councilmember, give me a second to, a lot of the work that we do could be attributed to Streets Plan, so if you want a dollar figure, we can put it together. I'm not sure I have it.
So while you're looking at that, I'll go to the next question. What funding does New York City currently receive for the Safe Routes to Schools program? What are the funding sources and what is the current status of that program?
One thing that in that involved, and Eric can talk about what we're doing improving safety around the school, but and this is important that we know because whatever we can share about the work that we have done, it's not only administration, it's the council and the administration working together. When you look about the street master plan, right, you think about what when I was a council, including the street master plan. That street master plan didn't include, the open street. The street master plan didn't include the open restaurants. So there's a numbers of things that we have done because of being innovating, working together, the administration and the council, that they've been added to that. So this is, one thing, one approach that I also want for us to look at it when you think about how much do we invest. When the mayor added like the almost $400 million, most of the money we go into pieces related to the street master plan. It's about, pedestrian plaza. It's about bike lane. It's about bus lane. It's about giving more space of our street for pedestrians and cyclists.
And if you're still looking, I have another question.
Okay, I can answer the first question.
Okay.
So on the expense budget, about half of the work that we do on the expense budget can be attributed to Streets Plan, so anywhere from $600 to $700 million per year.
Thank you. And then in terms of the funding New York City receives for the Safe Routes to Schools program, how much is, what is that funding in terms of the dollar amount? What are the funding sources? And what is the status of the current program? And while you're getting that, my final question, because I want to be respectful of TLC because we already pushed them back, daylighting. I'd like to know what the cost of daylighting for a single intersection on average costs.
Let me until Paul look for the answer for the first one, let me give you on the street daylighting. And as I said before, Chair, when I was sitting there, I also was advocating for the street daylighting, but the thing that I say why there's not a flat figure on the street lighting is because it's not only to remove the car. It's about each corner is a different need. And it's not only, again, as you give more space, for improve visibility.
Well, can you walk me through the different variations? So
Yeah.
like for a street that has a planter versus a street that doesn't have a planter, to daylight that street, what would the cost be? You know, like what are the different, I'm just trying to get an idea of what that
Eric
cost
can
looks
give you, I
like.
don't think, again, there's no such a thing that say $20,000 on this, we added more, 10,000 more. You know, there's a pieces of assessment that we gotta do, but Eric can also.
Right, so I can speak in very round numbers, right? Any individual intersection will be its own issue. But, you know, say an intersection where we need to put up a granite block and a few bike racks so that we provide a physical intervention and people don't take the turn more sharply. You know, that probably costs somewhere in the low five figures, $10,000 to $20,000 per location. We do want to make sure we're looking at each intersection individually, as the commissioner said, that we're not just stamping it out. But, you know, we do feel very strongly that we want to do it right. Like the cost of just the no standing sign is very low, but we think that that has safety implications that we're not fully comfortable with. So, you know,
Like what's been the most amount of money you've spent on like daylighting a street?
We'd have to check that and get back. You know, past
Okay.
a certain point, we don't just call it daylighting, right? We've done very large pedestrian expansions at intersections that get more expensive.
Okay. But I mean, I'm sure like in any like construction project, they have the different scopes and phases of the project. Like, so if you've done a full street, you can carve out like what it costs
Right. So
for that particular piece of it, I would imagine, no?
you have to define where it ends, but you know, probably it goes up to say the low six figures, you know, but that's for a very deluxe treatment where we're doing a number of safety interventions at the location.
And share with the other piece related, so of course, any other detail that we may have follow with you with the street lighting, we know that this is important for the speaker, this is important for you, and this is a tool that you heard when I read my opening statement that we have used in 2022, and it's about where do we use that tools. Is so related to thinking about what is the outcome that we can get when we do the street daylighting together with all the tools that we have. But more than happy, again, I know how important this is for you.
So why y'all opposing my legislation?
We would talk. We will follow that conversation. I say, even again, as a former chairman that I was, there was many bills that the one that I had in front of me as a chair. No administration came, even though they cannot support it as they were written. It doesn't mean that there's no space open to continue the conversation. And we're going to be working with you as the leaders of this committee on this and many other issues. So I think that the approach that we have was about, we know that the street daylighting work, and we have used it. It's about the flexibility that we thought that we should have, but more than happy to continue that conversation with you. With the St. Route School, as I said before, I was a co-founder of the first school that we created for new coming students from Latin America. And it's called Gregorio Luperón 165 in Amsterdam. And I was a co-founder of the Washington High Health Academy, together with Bonnet Stennis at 150 in Amsterdam. Making our streets safe for our students is a top priority. For me, I have advocated when I was there, I will continue advocating now. In this year, we will be spending around $300 million to improve safety around the school, which I want to, to put that clarity. When we talk about safe route to school, it's not only about are we improving safety in front of the school. It's about improving safety in the surrounding, in the vicinity of the school. Like last year, we announced in a press conference together, I challenged myself, a CBO that worked with a student after school program, that we were redesigning Amsterdam 190th Street as one of more than 100 projects that we've been doing across the city. So we will continue improving on the safe route to school, but the average investment is around $300 million from this capital.
So it's $300 million. And what are the funding sources?
Well, this is part of the capital plan. We have a $37 billion for the 10-year, 23-33.
So that's the only status. I mean, that's the only source.
this is like when you think about this is the sort that we have identified, the administration and the body, when it comes to. What's that?
Chair, we also have state and federal support for this type of work. So we do get some grant formula funding for this type of work that we can plug into projects.
But the mayor.
So, I'm sorry, because TLC is on their way up, and I, again, want to just be respectful of the time. So with the $300 million, is that just from the capital plan? How much is it from the state? How much is it from the feds? Like, what's the full picture?
We can get back to you with breakdown. The vast majority of the investment is part of the capital budget, $33 billion that the administration and the council up and dedicated to DOT for 2023 to 2033. There's other source of funding at the state level. Most of those are grant competitive that we've been able to get some funding, but the vast majority is part of the capital budget that we have for 10 years, $33 billion.
So if you could just follow up with like the breakdown of that and also the current status of the program, that'd be great.
Yes.
And I know there's one last question, one final question from Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you, Commissioner. In terms of the ferry transportation for the southeast of Brooklyn, specifically Canarsie area, is that anywhere in your plan that you can see that happen?
First of all, Councilmember, it was a great honor to be working in your district. And as I was even checking with my Brooklyn Borough Commissioner, and this is how, we working this day in this administration. You take me through area that together with senior citizens, we identified that they were not safe. As you saw, one of those was the exit for the parking garage. I say this afternoon, we will put the sign back. We did it. We work in the NYPD to be sure that there's enforcement. Thank you for your leadership. We're more than happy to continue working with you. With the ferry, it's not in our portfolio. So it's on the EDC, the agency that oversees, but more than happy to follow with you and connect it also with EDC.
Yeah, because I would love to see that happen. And thank you for coming. Thank you for taking your time. In MWBE, when I was listening as I was over there, what is the percentage? I didn't quite the percentage of the Black community in that pile. I think I heard 67% for white women, something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't hear it. So can you repeat that for me again?
Yes, Councilmember. It was 67 contracts of 170. The numbers are for fiscal 23, and again, this is year to date, so we have a couple months left. So we have $15 million for African American contracts, $17 million for Hispanic contracts, $42 million for Asian Americans, and then $32 million for white women.
All right. Thank you for that. But we're going to have to narrow the gap, trying to be more inclusive and make sure that we have more Black and brown communities getting. That's how we address inequities, by the way. And for the asphalt, I'm always having a problem with that. It's always the pavement. You do it like this year and 2 years later, they're already having so much pothole in them. And then now with the Ukraine and everything else, I know it's more difficult, but can we get contractors that can actually, our road can last a little longer?
Like, I'm more than happy to, as I say, we have a great, roadway director, Irina, who work, as I say, with 1,200 men and women. As you go through the BQE, look at that site where DOT has and the one in Queens. We produce, we are the only city, I think, that we produce 50% of the asphalt in our city. So we're always looking for improved quality. As I say, one of the things that I think it was picked more at the global news more than even the city, that last year, under her leadership, we try, and we've been working with some professors from Rutgers University, where we are mixing plastic in order to recycle, to turn it as asphalt. One of the great things also we should know, that DOT is one of those that recycle the most in the city of New York. As you see those trucks, and sometimes people will say as inconvenience because the street has to be closed. That material that we reserve is coming back to the plant, and we recycle and use it as an asphalt. But one of the things that also we should know, someone like you and I that is coming from the Caribbean, we don't have a great weather the whole year. We have 4 different stations. Even though we had a great day, nice weather today, but let's be careful what we ask, because the great weather that we have today is a signal of climate change. So I think that the challenge that we have is also the weather, but we always trying to be testing on how we can improve the quality of the materials.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and to your team for your testimony and participation today.
If everyone can please find their seats, we are beginning shortly. Thank you. Once again, if everyone can please find their seats, we are beginning shortly.
Thank you, and I will quickly swear you in. So our next panel is from TLC. We're joined by Commissioner David Doe and by Deputy Commissioner Evan Hines. If you could raise your right hands, I'll now administer the oath. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers. It's good to see you and the members of the committee, including Councilwoman Narcisse. Thank you for inviting me to update you on the TLC's preliminary 2024 budget. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm joined today by our Deputy Commissioner for Operations, People, and Innovation, Evan Hines. Before I talk to you about our recent efforts to ensure the safe and timely delivery of more than 1 million for-hire trips per day, I would like to thank this committee for the tremendous support it has shown for one of TLC's most popular programs, the Medallion Relief Program. Back in October, when I last had the privilege of briefing you in person, MRP had provided just over $240 million in debt relief to eligible Medallion owners, many of them hard-working drivers. Committee members, I'm happy to inform you that this number is now almost $370 million. This has transformed lives, brought hope to individuals and families that were being crushed by predatory loans and runaway debt. It has been nothing short of a lifeline for an entire sector of our industry. The support of this committee and this administration, the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, and private sector firms like Marblegate and PenFed have brought meaningful relief to almost 1,700 Medallion owners. Thanks to this and other efforts, the taxi sector continues to recover. Taxi trip volumes are now about half of what they were before the pandemic, over a 1,000% increase from the pandemic low point, and trip volumes continue to grow as taxis and drivers return. Almost 8,000 taxis were in service in December, the highest number since before the pandemic, and nearly 4 times the pandemic low point. We continue to see recovery in other sectors as well, with black car and livery trips at 64% of pre-pandemic levels, and high volume Uber and Lyft trips up at 88%. The city's efforts to regulate minimum driver pay have been integral to these recoveries. Drivers should not be overextending themselves behind the wheel to keep up with rising expenses and profit demands of app companies. In such a working environment, a safe and healthy industry is impossible. When it passed a local law in 2018 directing TLC to regulate minimum driver pay standards, the City Council did the right thing. As the committee knows, in December, TLC raised the taxi meter rates of fare for the first time in 10 years. As a result, drivers are now able to weather increased inflation and operating costs. So far, we have seen no significant impact on trip numbers. During the same month, TLC also voted to raise the minimum driver pay for Uber and Lyft drivers. Uber, however, immediately sued to block this increase. We fought them in court, and the judge ruled that we needed to provide a more detailed explanation. So we did exactly that. We introduced a new rule increasing the minimum driver pay, providing significantly more background on our calculations, just like the judge had asked. Yesterday, the commission voted unanimously to pass that rule. We get stuff done. We sincerely hope that there will be no more attempts to interfere with this much-needed pay adjustment, and we will continue to regulate driver pay in a way that ensures our industry is healthy, humane, and sustainable. Sustainable also means doing our part to reduce carbon emissions. We will soon be releasing 1,000 EV licenses for the first time in 2 years.
This will help encourage development of the city's charging infrastructure, and they are just the beginning of a broad initiative that Mayor Adams laid out in his State of the City address. The full electrification of the city's high-volume fleet, Uber and Lyft, by 2030. As the mayor stated in his address, Uber and Lyft share this goal with the TLC. We're working on the specifics and will be announcing a more detailed plan soon. Over the last year, the TLC has also been working diligently on perennial, ongoing missions, such as increasing accessibility. We share this committee's commitment to increase accessibility. Last year, we added more than 1,300 wheelchair-accessible vehicles to our taxi fleet, while our high-volume wheelchair-accessible vehicle fleet increased by more than a third to 4,000. TLC leads the nation by requiring 80% of Uber and Lyft Wave trips to be completed within 15 minutes or less. Approximately 90% of FHV wheelchair-accessible vehicle trips requested through Uber and Lyft had a wait time of 10 minutes or less. We will continue building up our accessible fleet and ensuring that accessible vehicles are dispatched to those in need quickly as any other for-hire ride. We will also keep supporting our partners in transportation at the MTA, which runs the Access-a-Ride program. Our role is limited to the fact that the MTA uses TLC licensed drivers and vehicles to fulfill some Access-a-Ride requests. This is done through brokers and private apps that dispatch to TLC licensed vehicles. We do not regulate these drivers as they relate to the MTA program, but TLC is always here to support our partners in transportation. And I have met with Chris Panglanian, Vice President for MTA Accessibility, several times in the last months to help MTA reach its goals in providing better service to its customers. Increased accessibility is a never-ending mission, as is our mission to improve driver, passenger, and pedestrian safety. As a Vision Zero agency, we work with DOT, NYPD, and advocacy groups to raise awareness of how to drive safely in our city. Per miles driven, TLC drivers continue to be the city's safest drivers, and safety is a primary component of TLC driver training and licensing. We recently participated in both the Dusk to Darkness campaign and the annual holiday awareness events. We continue to enforce fatigue driving rules, which were designed to increase safety by warning drivers and bases when their schedules exceed 10 hours in any 24-hour period and more than 60 hours in a calendar week. If they continue to violate rules, they can be issued a summons. I know this committee, like my agency, also supports the safe operation of commuter vans, which play a vital role in our city's transportation ecosystem. We support the legislation in Albany allowing commuter vans to accept street hails, and we continue to facilitate dialogue between state officials, van operators, and insurance industry representatives to establish safer and more economical commuter van operations. Now, I'd like to share with you our preliminary budget for fiscal year 24. TLC's total expense budget for 2024 is $51.3 million. The budget reflects a vacancy reduction of $3.8 million for 56 positions. TLC's share of the citywide program to eliminate the gap authorized headcount for fiscal year 2024 is now 505. Our top goal is to recruit and train new enforcement cadets after being unable to hire a full class of new officers over the past 3 years. We are actively recruiting for more enforcement cadets, and we will continue hiring new officers in the coming year. TLC is working closely with OMB to navigate citywide limitations on hiring and meet our staffing needs by backfilling critical positions. In summary, as TLC continues to stabilize the city's for-hire transportation industry, prioritize driver well-being, and honor our core missions of safety, equity, and accessibility, we are looking towards a better future, one in which the world is not only reversing humanity's effect on global warming, but one in which this agency has directly contributed to a more livable and enjoyable city. Thank you for this opportunity to share TLC's work. I would like to thank my fellow commissioners at the TLC for their dedication and public service. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on voting for the Uber raise. I know it was a journey there, and it was definitely wanted. And as someone who was an organizer through the Fight for 15, and organized with alongside the drivers, I know it's something that was needed in terms of increase in the wage. So thank you for that.
Sure.
So before we begin, the committee may not get to all of the questions, or you may not have responses, so we will send a follow-up letter for any unanswered questions, okay?
Of course.
Effective COVID-19 on the for-hire industry. The COVID-19 pandemic devastated the taxi cab industry in 2020. Tragically, there was a 66% decline in the number of drivers on the streets in December 2020 when compared to 2019 before the pandemic. TLC reported at the fiscal 2022 preliminary budget hearing that it anticipated a return of active vehicles as the city began to reopen. However, the total number of unique vehicles have not fully recovered to pre-pandemic levels. For example, the number of unique yellow taxis on the road in November 2022 declined 32% when compared to pre-pandemic November 2019. How is the for-hire industry faring in 2023? What do you attribute this decline, if it's a decline, in the number of unique vehicles to?
Yeah, so council member, the TLC has been working incredibly hard on various programs to get drivers back on the road, to get vehicles out of storage, and ensure a better industry as a whole. Let me give you some numbers, council member. First and foremost, our MRP program has helped stabilize the industry and has brought out thousands of medallions that have previously been in storage. In addition, what we have seen is that now there are 8,000 medallions operating on our city streets on a regular basis. We also see over 75,000 for-hire vehicles operating on high volume platforms, and another about 25,000 on other platforms. And so the industry is recovering. For the yellow industry, we're at about 50% recovery, or about a little over 100,000 trips per day, and in a month, 3 million plus. We also know that high volume for hire companies are 90% recovered. Those are, let's say, Uber and Lyft, and they're about 20 million trips per month. And then the traditional for hire vehicle sector is about 67% recovered, and about 1.2 million trips per month.
Thank you. Does TLC anticipate that the for-hire industry will recover to the pre-pandemic levels at all?
I can't forecast the future, council member, but we will continue to work with the industry and to work with anyone who is willing to get us back to pre-pandemic levels. But as you know, we've increased for the first time in 10 years, the meter rate of increase for taxi drivers. And we have worked on making sure that driver pay is realized, and it has been realized as of yesterday. And so that is going to contribute to our recovery. It is our intention that, one of the things is for a lively street hail industry is the street that vehicles are there when customers want it. And so our goal with various programs, including MRP, including raising the meter rate, is to get more vehicles on the road to serve customers. And so if and when a customer sticks out their hand for a yellow taxi, it will be available for them.
And what support is being offered to drivers who are no longer able to work because of COVID-19? How many drivers who left the industry have found new jobs, and how many are now unemployed? Is TLC tracking those numbers?
Councilmember, we don't track specific numbers once they leave the TLC's industry. But what I can tell you is that we provide support services for our drivers at the Owner Driver Resource Center, be it financial assistance, mental health assistance, tax assistance, or otherwise. Our ODRC is a component of the agency that serves drivers, and that's what we'll continue to do. We also have other services, including external affairs, that goes out to communities that provides direct services. And so we are providing any and all services that drivers need.
Okay, I want to pivot to the Medallion Relief Program. The Medallion Relief Program provides medallion owners with $20,000 grants to help restructure loan principals and set lower monthly payments, as well as up to $9,000 for monthly debt relief payments. In fiscal 2023, $119.4 million was allocated to this program in fiscal 2023. No new funding was added in fiscal 2024. Can you please provide an update on the Medallion Relief Program?
Yes, Council Member. So first and foremost, thank you so much to the committee for their assistance with the Medallion Relief Program. And I also want to thank all the team members at the Taxi and Limousine Commission that has helped get this program to reality. We have helped over 1,700 medallion owners and 1,900 medallions get modified. What that means is that we have saved drivers and helped them get out from under a mountain of debt of $370 million. Our team also won the Hayes Innovation Award for this just last week. And I want to give a shout out to both Cindy Davison and Ashley for all of their hard work on this program, and also all the TLC team. This is a collective award. It wasn't just two people, it was a whole agency that went behind this. And we have achieved a lot in a few short months. And so that's where we are. We'll continue to get every medallion owner who wants to participate in this program into this program. And we have been outreaching and getting additional lenders on board.
Thank you. How many drivers have been affected by the program?
1,700 medallion owners, Council Member.
Is there remaining funding left from fiscal 2023?
Yes, so how the program works is that it's a contract, right, that we partner and we provide various grants. There's about $33 million left for grants within the program, and that can help an additional 1,100 medallion owners.
Is there remaining, if so, will the funding, or can funding that was not spent in 2023 be rolled into 2024?
Yeah, so it will be available for drivers. The additional $33 million will be rolled over to fiscal year 24 and will be available to drivers to provide additional grant assistance to them.
While I'm on the Medallion Relief Program, because this has come up in some conversations with the advocates around the yellow taxi cabs, and while the city is now investing in this way to try and save the medallion owners, when we talk about congestion pricing, they're concerned about obviously what that means for their industry, further putting a burden on them, especially with the fact that they pay a a form of congestion pricing now. And so just wanting to understand like the TLC's position as they are working to be kind of carved out of the congestion pricing program, because the city, we have now invested. So, you know, if that industry fails, we failed and we've tanked the money that we've invested at that point. So I'm interested in understanding the TLC's position on that.
Definitely. So, like I have talked not only to this committee, but also to the MTA, is that the taxi industry and the for-hire vehicle industry as a whole has paid over $1.75 billion to the MTA with surcharges of 50 cents, of $2.75 on the for-hire vehicle side, and $2.50 on the yellow taxi side. And so they have contributed a lot. In the last fiscal year for the state alone, they have contributed $400 million. And so what I've asked is that I don't want to get ahead of the MTA and the Traffic Review Mobility Board, but I asked them to consider the contributions that have been provided by this industry already. Again, that is going to be a policy decision that both the MTA and the Traffic Review Mobility Board does, but we are closely watching that. In addition, I also want to pull out something from the MTA's report itself, in that it says that the for-hire vehicle industry, both taxi and for-hire vehicles, are an environmental justice group, which will be disproportionately impacted by congestion pricing. And I'll leave it at that, Council Member.
Thank you for that. Medallion values. As of March 2020, TLC reported that the value of medallions on the secondary market were around $200,000, and that 279 medallions were exchanged in fiscal 2020. What is the current value of the medallions, and how many medallions have been exchanged in fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2023?
Council Member, so the TLC doesn't track or doesn't suggest a price for medallions. What we do track is what the medallions trade for, right? And so medallions in the last month, for example, of February 2022, have traded anywhere between $85,000 to upwards of $225,000. In fiscal year 23 to date, there have been about 538 medallions that have traded hands, and in fiscal year 22, almost 1,200 medallions were transferred.
Thank you. According to OMB, for the current fiscal year, TLC saw an attrition of 56 full-time employees. How many new hires has your agency added during the current fiscal year?
So we have added. So I guess, Council Member, I'll give a big picture of where we are. And so I think we are going to work on filling those 56 vacancies. And most of them we're working through various ways of doing that, working with DCAS, working with OMB, and we have been able to accomplish all of our hiring needs within the last year to fill those positions. In the calendar year so far, we have filled 3 out of the 56 vacancies, and so our vacancy rate so far right now is at 53. Is that right?
So the vacancy rate is still at 53 right now?
Yeah, so it's decreased by 3, and we'll continue working on that.
Now, have the new hires been in the areas that you saw the attrition, or are those 3 hires somewhere else?
Yeah, so it's all across the agency.
I want to pivot to MWBE participation. Please provide the committee with the MWBE percentages for TLC contracts for fiscal 2023 and the projection for fiscal 2024.
Yeah.
So the TLC is very proud of the fact is that we contribute to our MWBE goals to our communities, local communities, communities color, and women-owned businesses. In the last year, our goal was about 45%, and we have exceeded it at 48%. Currently for this fiscal year is about 31.5%, but I suspect that, or I know, and I've told my team as much, is that we will not only exceed but meet the fiscal year 22 numbers.
Well, I will say I love hearing that it's a 45% goal instead of a measly 30%, but
We're gonna get there, yeah.
how many contracts were granted to New York City-based businesses, and how many were granted to businesses located outside of New York City?
I'll give you the New York-based number, council member, 157 year to date, and in fiscal year 22 it was 138, and so we've increased the way we work with local small businesses, and we'll continue to do that. 26 of those were women-owned, and 46 were owned by people of color.
26 women and how many of color?
46 people of color businesses owned by people of color. Excuse me.
And that's out of the 157 or out of the 138?
That's out of the 157.
And so the balance of that makeup is?
A variety of different businesses. I can get those numbers to you. But if I can, in fiscal year 22, we awarded 44% of our MWBE contracts to Hispanics, 30% to white females, 14%.
Sorry, can you just slow down, start that over?
44% to Hispanic-owned businesses, 30% white female-owned businesses, 14% to Asian-owned businesses, and 13% to Black-owned businesses.
I know the state had did a disparity study a couple of years ago, and then the Port Authority had followed it and started to speak about MWBE participation through the lens of diversity within diversity, and I definitely encourage TLC to look at that also, because we find that across the board, Black in particular businesses are often one of the least utilized businesses. So I would love to see in TLC an action plan on how do you pull up the Black and the Asian firms that are two of the lowest participants as of right now. So in future hearings, it'll be great to hear a report out on what that progress looks like.
Yeah, definitely. You have my commitment to expand our MWBE goals, but also to get a more diverse group of businesses within the businesses that we contract with. And you'll see definitely a change in the next year.
And then I just will end my line of question. I'm not sure if my colleague has any question, but I wanted to spend a few moments on the paratransit partnership that TLC has with the MTA. We had the MTA here earlier. We also spoke about it. There's also a chance that New York City will be taking on 100% of the paratransit service. And we've heard feedback from constituents that it had been pretty successful and welcome that people were able to, like, as they needed transportation to call it from the disability community. And while it did not work for everyone, there was a good population that it did work for. Also, the yellow taxi cab industry has been struggling. And like when we first met, you talked about ways that our TLC drivers were able to pivot during the pandemic to do other things like delivering food and what have you, and showing the flexibility was able to keep that industry afloat. And so as we look to be creative and ensure that that industry remains viable, I'm interested in knowing what it would take to expand that program from your vantage point with the yellow taxi cabs, because I understand about 50% of the fleet at a minimum is already handicap accessible?
It's close to that of the active fleet, council member.
So I'm interested in your take on that, on what an expansion would take, what the cost would be. Is it something that you could see as being feasible with the MTA's buy-in?
First and foremost, let me say that accessibility is an incredibly important goal. There's always work to be done. Only 7,100 of our vehicles so far are accessible, and so that tells us that we have more to do. 3,100 taxis are wave accessible, and then about 4,000 for-hire vehicles. But let me say is that the TLC is a regulator, and we don't provide transportation options, but we're more than willing to work with our state partners in the MTA to work with them to get what they need to expand the Access-a-Ride program. But again, we're not equipped to do that program. How we can help is if they need more vehicles, we'll work with them to look at ways of how to increase the number of vehicles that are part of the Access-a-Ride program or the pilot that residents that residents use. So I guess in conclusion in all of this is that it is something that we are not equipped to provide, but definitely willing to work with the MTA on.
And I imagine that you advocate for the drivers. So this is something that, would you see yourself advocating for an expansion or utilization of the drivers for this? We'll work with the MTA. I know that we have 175,000 drivers, but when it gets to the MTA, they have their own licensing requirements, including random drug testing and other things that they need to do before they meet the criteria of what they have to do in order to participate within the MTA Access-a-Ride program. And so, again, I've met with Chris over at the MTA on a regular basis, and we'll think outside of the box and be creative on how to work together to improve Access-a-Ride. And so the current program that existed, the pilot program that included the Uber drivers, how did that relationship happen? And what is the TLC's role in that?
I don't know if, I know that the for-hire vehicles as a whole can participate within the program, but some of the brokered services, like Uber is not one of the broker services, or Lyft is not one of the broker services, but various bases, like let's say Aero and some of the other Access-a-Ride brokers, can dispatch trips to any one of our 100,000 for-hire vehicles. Again, that is requirements not only set by the federal government at the FTA, but also that as an entity that follows the federal government's rules and regulations, MTA has to follow those. And so in order to be consistent, I think that we need to make sure that that MTA has all it needs, both on following FTA guidelines and otherwise to fulfill their transportation needs for Access-a-Ride users.
Thank you. I'm going to now yield to my colleague, Councilmember Narcisse.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. In an honest opinion, I think when I spoke to you, when we met, I thought you meant business. You're a cool dude, and I appreciate that for the work you do. Yeah. Yellow cab to all taxis is what fed me as a young person. My father was a cab driver. So, in the breakdown of MWBE, I got the percentage. Can you break that down in terms of dollars? Because I see 13% for Black, 14% for Asian, 30% for white, and I think 44 something for?
So, Councilmember, we don't have that broken down, but could I provide that for you right after the hearing?
Sure,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. And in the driver part, what's the total number of medallion owners that you have now?
So there are 13,585 medallions in total, and that's broken down to a variety of different owners, both big owners and small owners that own only one. And so there is a whole gamut across the board of owners. But obviously, there are big fleets, and then there are those owners small businesses that we work with to try to help, especially if they do need it with the MRP Plus program.
Thank you. In the 1,700 of the medallions owner that get the relief, can you break that down into how much they each receive approximately, if it's not?
Yeah, so a majority of them own just one medallion, council member, and there's some that own up to 6. But I guess to put that in context, council member, is that a lot of these owners had debts of almost $750,000 at the peak of the medallion prices. This program is able to not only give the driver or owner a grant of $30,000, but brings down that debt from $750,000 at the most all the way down to $170,000. And our goal was to get drivers to a payment of $1,234 per medallion. And what that means is that, it's a city-backed guarantee. And so their primary residence can no longer be taken by the bank. It means their personal car can't be taken. It means all the things that they built with this medallion can't be taken except for the medallion.
I'm not going to ask you any further question, but one of the things I want to say that this industry have to remain viable, and I'm counting on you, like you said, you promised, because this is kind of personal, and I know there's many young folks like myself that depend on that to go to school, for their house, to have a roof over their head, and their families to thrive through that. And they lost so much. And I appreciate you came at the right time, so please continue pushing for that industry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll take a brief pause, and then we're going to move on to public testimony. Okay, we will now turn to public testimony. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists testifying in person, please come to the dais as your name is called and wait for your turn to speak. For panelists who are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant-at-Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering testimony. Okay, so we'll now call up our first panel. I'd like to welcome David Jones, Jean Ryan, Lisa Daglian, and Eric McClure. Okay, Mr. Jones, you may begin.
Well, I thank the council for letting me speak. I'm David Jones. I'm president and CEO of the Community Service Society. Essentially, we're one of the oldest charities in the city or in the country, 175 years old. And we're aiming at helping low-income communities in first the city of New York, now most recently statewide. My testimony today focuses on the city's Fair Fare transit discount program, which offers half-price bus and subway fares to low-income residents with household incomes at or below the federal poverty line, which we're struggling with. That's $23,000 for a family of 3 at this point. Since inception in January 2019, Fair Fares has provided a significant lifeline to low-income people. We do the only survey of its kind. It's been going 20 years or more, called the Unheard Third. And what prompted us to get engaged in the Fair Fares effort was the fact that 1 in 4 of our low-income respondents were saying that they were having real basic difficulty even affording transportation. And as we emerge from COVID, transit affordability still remains a major challenge for many low-income communities. Yesterday, I was pleased to be at the Sonia Sotomayor Community Center in Soundview to hear Speaker Adams' State of the City's address. In her remarks, the speaker called for increasing the income eligibility threshold for Fair Fares up from 100% to 200% of poverty. It would be a big step forward. Just over a year ago, the speaker and Mayor Adams announced an agreement to baseline funding for Fair Fares in the city budget, another milestone. It's essentially something we want to grow forward. We think with her announcement yesterday, the speaker acknowledged that we will all come to understand that the city is failing to tap the full potential of Fair Fares. Today, 280,000 people have signed up. We'd like to see that grow to 1.7 million as eligible under a 200% poverty line. I'll stop there and answer any questions you may have.
No questions for me, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Jean Ryan.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I submitted longer testimony, but today I'll say something brief about each agency that testified today. The MTA. New York State is responsible for providing for and funding a regional transportation system in the metropolitan region. We need good transportation in New York City for it to become the leader, for it to be the leader that it already is. But the plan to separate out access-ride funding from the rest of the transportation funding is a mistake. DIA is outraged about it because it sounds like discrimination against people with disabilities. The next step could be for the state to tell NYC to run access-ride. Remember, what happens to us can eventually happen to everyone else, and we could just be the tip of the iceberg. We must fight against this. Department of Transportation, DOT. DOT is angling for control of the outdoor restaurants in New York City, but they have been in control of them for 3 years, and we do not have accessibility, despite accessibility being one of the few requirements for the outdoor restaurant sheds in the street and next to buildings. Complaints, even from the mayor's office for people with disabilities, did not change a thing. If DOT gets to regulate and enforce outdoor restaurants, will they continue to do nothing about accessibility? Will they have the staff, the know-how, and the will to do anything about it? Taxi and Limousine Commission, TLC. The TLC announced that all Ubers and Lyfts must be electric by 2030, but currently in 2023, no electric vehicles are accessible to wheelchair users. Are we going to be left further at the curb? This seems like a never-ending struggle for access. We want 100% accessibility of taxis and for-hire vehicles, but nothing much is happening. The City Council could mandate 100% accessibility, and we would have an equal chance of getting a ride. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Lisa Daglian.
Hi, my name is Liam Blank. I'm going to be testifying on behalf of Lisa Daglian. I'm the Associate Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, an independent organization established by the state legislature in 1981. Driven in large part by the drop in ridership both during and after the pandemic, the MTA is in a huge deficit that will lead to devastating cuts in bus service, subway and rail service, and crippling fare increases if not addressed. We are reassured that you understand the severity of the situation and know that none of us want to see the horrific fare hikes and horrendous service cuts that could be the unfortunate reality without adequate funding. It is imperative that you, our leaders in the City Council, work together and with the state to ensure that transit is fully funded both this year and in the future. To this end, we support the funding proposals that Governor Hochul put forth in her executive budget as a great starting point for budget negotiations. This includes asking the city to pay more to fully fund Access-a-Ride and cover the current cost of student Metro cards, as well as to help the state offset revenue losses that result from exemptions to the payroll mobility tax. We also support fair fares and baselining $75 million for the program, and we strongly support doubling eligibility to 200% of the federal poverty level so that many more people can take advantage of this lifeline. We would like to see fair fares implemented on commuter rail so that riders who have access to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, but not a subway, could ride at half the cost of an Atlantic ticket or city ticket, including the option to purchase a weekly Metro card with the expanded city ticket, as we propose in our Freedom Ticket recommendations, would further open transit to New Yorkers who live in subway deserts. But even beyond the governor's proposals focused on the city, we believe that there are additional revenue alternatives that are worth including in the conversation. We have testified repeatedly to the state legislature about the dozens of options that could be used to raise billions for transit, including options that the city can enact. On our website, pcac.org, we have a list of funding alternatives in the form of a dynamic tool that allows you to consider different combinations of revenue streams, and we strongly encourage you to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll next hear from Eric McClure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eric McClure. I am the Executive Director of Streets PAC. New York City's failure last year to meet the benchmarks for the creation of physically separated bus lanes and bike lanes required by the streets master plan was deeply concerning, and that failure raises significant red flags for fiscal 2024, since both of those benchmarks increased this year from 20 miles of protected bus lanes to an average of 30 per year over 5 years, and from 30 miles of protected bike lanes to an average of 50 per year through 2026. While the Department of Transportation has testified in these chambers that their funding is sufficient, the missed targets in 2022 belie the reality. DOT, like many agencies, faces significant staffing shortages, and filling unstaffed positions while also funding future staff growth will be essential to meeting the streets plan benchmarks. And the need for increased funding goes well beyond personnel issues. More money is required to procure materials, many in short supply, that are essential to street safety projects, such as Jersey barriers for the hardening of bike lanes. Bringing more capacity in-house at DOT would help speed critical aspects of road work, like restriping following milling and repaving projects, which can take weeks, if not months, when left to contractors. More robust funding will also help address the significant equity gaps that exist in our streets and public spaces. The streets plan rightly focuses on addressing those equity issues, prioritizing investment in those areas of the city whose residents are predominantly people of color, where incomes are lowest, and where investment in infrastructure has lagged the most. Ensuring that DOT has the capability to implement projects quickly in Tier 1 priority investment areas should be a budget priority as well. Now that Mayor Adams has appointed the city's first ever Chief Public Realm Officer, it's critical that her work is supported by funding for important public realm improvements like open restaurants and open streets. The Open Restaurants program brought outdoor dining to some parts of the city that had never had it, and Open Streets has been a literal lifesaver for communities lacking green spaces. We need to ensure that we can create the equivalent of Paseo Park in neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs. Lastly, we want to shine a spotlight on the need for vastly increased funding in 2 specific areas that will engender continued expansion in cycling, which has seen robust growth but has much more room to run if properly supported. As we have many times before, we again call for public funding of the city's bike share system to facilitate its expansion into all corners of the city. Notably, the chairs of the Transportation and Infrastructure and Finance Committees have both expressed a desire to see bike share expanded to their respective districts. Bike share is the only mode of public transport that receives no corresponding public subsidy in New York City, and it's time for the city to make that investment, as well as to invest in a safe, protected cycling network to support it. Lastly, we also urge the city to not spare expense in creating safe, secure bike parking infrastructure. Following a successful demonstration project last spring with Uni, a company that continues to rapidly innovate secure bike parking facilities, it's time for DOT to go big. We know that the ready availability of secure storage is a critical driver of increased cycling, and it's also a partial solution to the dangers of substandard e-bike batteries. Let's commit to making a substantial investment in secure bike parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll now call up our next panel, Michael Ring, Danny Perlstein, Christopher Schuyler, and Amanda Berman. We'll begin with Michael Ring.
Hi, thanks for having me here. For those who need it, I'd like to offer a verbal description of my appearance. I'm just a white guy wearing a green hoodie that happens to say Disabled in Action. That's the organization I'm representing today. And I'd also like to mention that one of our founders, Judy Human, she passed away this past weekend, so we're all thinking about her. I want to talk today about the Access-a-Ride on-demand program that I'm lucky enough to be in. The MTA is talking about extending it or changing it, or they've been talking about changing it for a long time. And I want to talk about what it means to me. It means I can come and go like everyone else does. I could leave my house when I'm ready to leave. And more importantly, like this meeting, I thought it would have been over by now. I would have reserved my Access-a-Ride for now, and I would be sitting here. But instead, I can walk out and press a button and be taken home, or I can have a cup of coffee and then go home. And people who go to work pay taxes. And this is a program that enables people to go to work. Regular Access-a-Ride, it makes it easy for you to get to the doctor or to visit your family because you're always going to be late and you're always going to be hanging around. But if you have a job, you just can't do that. So it looks like pretty soon the city is going to be paying some more money for Access-a-Ride as part of the MTA. So you guys will be able to look into the books and see how much it costs. So when you do that, I hope you guys can keep in mind that it makes money. It makes money for the city because people get to go to work, and it does work. It's a system that everyone who's in it likes it. We don't have that many accessible vehicles in the edges of the outer boroughs, but that's going to change. And I'm just hoping that you could give this feedback to the MTA and not end the program and in fact extend it to more people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Danny Perlstein.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee staff. Thank you so much for hearing from us. My name is Danny Perlstein. I'm the Policy and Communications Director at the Riders Alliance. I want to express our tremendous gratitude and excitement about the Speaker's announcement yesterday, and we are eager to work with her and with you and with the committee to see Fair Fares expanded along with our community partners at Community Service Society when the budget is adopted at the end of June. I'm here today, though, because I was here 3 years ago on the precipice of COVID to talk about bus lanes. And that was a tough year, 2020, in so many different respects. In particular, we thought that there would be no bus lanes built. The budget was cut dramatically, and yet in 2020, the previous administration built more bus lanes than the current administration built last year in 2022, despite the law having taken effect and requiring a significant number of bus lanes be built. And so this is the year that is pivotal for the city's bus lane program. The mayor has promised to speed up the slowest buses in America. He's promised an aggressive timetable of 150 miles of bus lanes in 4 years. But to achieve his promise to follow the law, the mayor will have to either sextuple or octuple the pace of bus lane installation. And so I am here to urge you to make sure that the money that the council put aside last year is spent. Right? The money is there. This is not one of those issues where bus lanes are tragically underfunded. We have the money to build bus lanes. We need to move the obstacles out of the way that my colleague Eric McClure discussed just a moment ago to get the bus lanes done. And I think, you know, the important focus is on bus riders, right? There are well over 1 million people riding New York City's buses every day. They're the slowest buses in the United States. They are often inhumanly crowded in a way that's surprising these days, considering what you know, reduced crowding there exists on the subway. And it is a testament, you know, to the city's humanity, to the ability to get things done at all for anybody, and certainly to the idea that we are a city of yes and we embrace change and we are able to achieve equity in our other goals, that we improve bus speeds this year in a dramatic way. And we look forward to working with you on the council to hold the administration accountable and making it happen. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Christopher Schuyler.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. My name is Christopher Schuyler. I'm a senior staff attorney with the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. I'm a person who stutters. So to begin, I just want to commend the council for pushing to expand the Fair Fares program, as well as its continued funding of the streets plan, which includes creating accessible public spaces and bus stops, installing accessible pedestrian signals and upgraded intersections to improve safety and accessibility for all New Yorkers. So on open streets and open restaurants, we've received reports about both programs being inaccessible, including the dining sheds blocking sidewalk clearance, and with open streets, the barricades being immovable, or actually accessorized drivers refusing to move the barricades when picking up passengers. And so on bike share, you know, we know that the program is a huge success for the city, and City Bike has not provided accessible options for people with disabilities. That needs to be remedied. For NYC Ferry, there's significant funding allocated toward improvement of boats and landings. We're aware of complaints in accessibility in terms of lack of signage and other accessibility issues, and so some of that funding needs to go to improving accessibility. So for the MTA, we oppose the funding increase. We think that the oh, I'm sorry, I blanked out. I'll actually just kind of co-sign what Michael Ring said before about the on-demand program being expanded and closing up the use of assessment centers, which are expensive. And I'll kind of finish up with saying that the council just needs to exercise whatever power they have in terms of pushing congestion pricing along with its absolutely crucial component in funding accessibility improvements with the MTA system. So I'll submit written testimony that they'll provide more detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and yes, we encourage everybody to submit written testimony if they have not yet. Finally, we'll hear from Amanda Berman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the council staff. My name is Amanda Berman. I'm the Deputy Director of Regional Programs with the Center for Court Innovation. Recently, we renamed our organization to the Center for Justice Innovation, formerly the Center for Court Innovation. And for the past 25 years, the council has been an indispensable partner of ours in the work that we do to advance equity and empower communities and also increase safety, and that includes safety on our streets as well. And as we all know, we have faced record-breaking levels of traffic violence and fatalities over the past several years. At our organization, we have leveraged our experience and footprint in the court system to develop innovative responses to this crisis. Since 2015, we've operated the Driver Accountability Program, which is a diversion program for low-level vehicular offenses that come through our criminal courts throughout the city. Instead of relying on punitive responses, such as jail or fines, our program encourages behavior change through self-reflection, collective norm setting, and we use a facilitated group discussion model. And thanks to the support of this council, we have served over 1,000 drivers citywide just last year alone, with a proven record of changing drivers' behaviors. Most recently, we piloted an expansion of this program, which we call Circles for Safe Streets. And this program addresses crashes that result in serious injury or fatality using a restorative justice model that brings together drivers and their victims. And through this process, victims have an opportunity to tell the driver about the impact of their actions and to hear the driver apologize and take accountability for the harm that they have caused. The program, which we operate in partnership with Families for Safe Streets, addresses a critical gap in the system's response to these cases, which has historically left victims feeling unheard and their needs unmet. Collectively, these programs play an essential role in a holistic response to street safety issues that reduces harms that are caused on our roads, as well as those that are caused by the systems that respond. The demand for our programs continues to grow, and we hope that we can continue to look to the support of council in this moment where these investments are needed more urgently than ever. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And we'll now hear from our final in-person panel, Denise Keehan-Smith, Joshua Steinberg, and Raul Rivera. We'll hear first from Denise Keehan-Smith. Sure, yeah.
Turn on here.
When you see the red button.
Okay, I think we're on. Good. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and Council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Josh Steinberg, and I'm here representing Friends of the QNS, which is a local nonprofit organization that advocates for activating passenger service on the Long Island Railroad's Lower Montauk branch. The Lower Montauk branch cuts a straight line between two of the city's fastest growing work-live districts, Long Island City and Jamaica. Passes through diverse communities and some of the city's highest potential industrial districts. The line also passes through an area that is known colloquially as a transit desert, meaning that the people who live and work in this area do not have access to public transportation. We cannot have transit deserts in New York City if we are to have transit equity in New York City. Activating the Lower Montauk branch will help New York City achieve its most ambitious and important goals, including related to job creation, affordable housing, and sustainability, and to do so at a reasonable cost. Feasibility study released in January 2018 confirmed that to be the case. The return on this investment is very favorable when compared this project's projected capital costs to other transit projects. And with transit-oriented development and the right value capture mechanisms in place, the project can actually pay for itself. It's also worth noting that the 2018 feasibility study did not take into account the existence of the IBX, which is moving forward. The IBX intersects the Lower Montauk branch, and the network effects between these lines are enormous. Each line makes the other more valuable. Activating the Lower Montauk branch for passenger service is a smart investment in our city's future, and we ask this committee to secure modest funding from next year's budget to conduct an environmental impact study of the project. The capital costs of construction for this project would of course be funded in the future by the MTA, but we need to be shovel-ready for the MTA's next capital program and moving forward on the same timeline as the IBX. The way to do that is to fund the EIS from the council budget, just as the feasibility study was funded years ago. We're happy to meet with your offices to further discuss this opportunity and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise?
Hi. Good afternoon, Council Member and Committee Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Denise Kean-Smith, and I'm the Board Chair of the Friends of QNS, a proposed light rail which would run passenger service along the Long Island Railroad Lower Montauk branch line. Currently, there are 10 trains that run per day from Long Island City Terminus to Jamaica Station on the Long Island Railroad, 6 during the morning rush hours and 4 during the evening rush hours. It's simply not enough. Since 2018, when the concept of reactivating the line was first proposed by former council member Elizabeth Crowley, I was an eager participant. I could see that this line was one of opportunity for the residents in Jamaica to Long Island City, the fastest growing neighborhood in the country, and everyone in between. Small businesses, large businesses, light manufacturers, everyday working people, all could be served by this line. As we move forward and our populations have exploded, we see it could also become a lifeline for the greater borough of Queens and Brooklyn. The Jamaica Central Business District could expand economic growth by welcoming more people to shop in their stores and eat in the restaurants. The QNS is unique in that it runs east to west in the center of Queens, an area primarily known as the Transit Desert. Our projected stations would closely intersect with the proposed IBX at the Metro Mall and the Long Island Railroad Rockaway Beach branch line at Woodhaven Boulevard. The implementation of the passenger service would include bike paths and greenways that would run parallel to the line, as well as offering full accessibility to those with differing physical abilities. A world-class city demands world-class infrastructure. The communities along the line deserve to commute in a reasonable fashion. No longer would residents have to take a bus and train to get where they're going. The line could effectively reduce people's commute by 30 to 40 minutes each way every day. That's more time to spend with family and better work-life balance. Additionally, it could reduce emissions and the number of cars on the road. Imagine the possibilities of reducing traffic on the Van Wyck Expressway for travelers going to JFK Airport. Can I just one more quick paragraph? Okay, so we believe now is the time to take action. Governor Hochul has called for an environmental review of the IBX, and we'd like to ask the same for the QNS. Both are similar in concept and benefits would be enormous. We respectfully ask that you fund the environmental study to confirm what we believe to be crucial investment for our communities, borough, and city. We say, please, just say yes to the QNS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll now hear from Raul Rivera.
Yes. Yes. I'll put it over here. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Raul Rivera. I'm a New York City TLC driver. I'm a TLC driver advocate. I'm a native New Yorker. I'm a member of Families for Safe Streets. I'm also a crash survivor. I was almost killed in an accident. I didn't write anything down, but I do have a few points that we want to go over. When it comes to congestion pricing, I'm totally against it completely. But it seems like what I'm listening to today is it's gonna pass. It sounds like it's gonna be enforced on us. So we ask that the driver, the TLC driver, be exempt the driver from congestion pricing. Also, the TLC, since we're talking about budget, the TLC does make over $15 million per year when it comes to fines and tickets against the driver and New Yorkers. So just keep that in mind. 15 million. That's like the average. Also, we asked for a cap of the TLC license because we want to bring value, respect, and we want to bring envy. We want people to envy that license. So we want people that are coming on board to be professionals. So we want to protect the drivers that are here already. Whether there's 175,000 or 200,000, we need to slow out. We need to slow down how they give the license out. We need to bring respect back to the license because companies like Uber and Lyft love to deactivate drivers. When you have an unlimited supply of workers, you don't have to respect them. When it comes to Access-a-Ride, you got 175 drivers willing to do the trips, but I don't know who's making it difficult for them. It's difficult to make the trips with Access-a-Ride. Make it easier for us and we'll make the trips. Also, Wave vehicles should be designed or be designated for people who have wheelchairs. There's people that are using Wave and don't have a wheelchair. A regular driver could just pick them up and take them to their destination, and the Wave should be more dedicated to the wheelchair. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll now move on to Zoom panels. We'll start with Natasha Edler and then move on to Paul Muhammad and Sharon McLennan. Is Natasha on?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there. Okay, you may begin when ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Natasha Elder. I'm the regional director with NYPIRG, representing our Strapper Hangers campaigns. Since 1979, Strap Hangers has advocated on behalf of the millions of subway and bus riders for better, faster, and more reliable service. Thank you, Committee Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for the opportunity to testify today. We can all agree that New Yorkers need and deserve faster, reliable, and equitable service along with affordable fares. To summarize our full testimony, the New York City budget must fully fund the Department of Transportation Streets Plan while ensuring that the city is reaching policy benchmarks mandated in that plan. These benchmarks, as we know, are not currently being met. The city must also increase funding to fair fares to expand eligibility to include CUNY students and New Yorkers at 200% of the federal poverty level, and to increase outreach and promotion to help people learn about how to apply for this benefit. Street design is one of our most viable instruments for improving bus speeds. The Streets Plan will do exactly that. But the DOT has failed to reach its bus lane and busway improvement targets in 2022, and so bus lane installation delays leave our buses crawling through routes at an average speed of a mere 7 miles per hour. With installation targets increasing this year under the plan, it is critical to accelerate the project. This necessitates increasing the DOT's capacity by filling positions that have been open for way too long. While we are advocating at the state level for increased funding for MTA to invest in more frequent service and to hold the line on fares, New York City must do its part to expand fare discounts when it matters most for college students and low-income New Yorkers. Financial woes and transportation affordability gets even worse for New York City college students, where costs extend beyond the classroom, Affording a MetroCard swipe or OmniTap can be the difference between earning a degree or dropping out altogether. While individuals with a college degree continue to have better career opportunities and higher wages than those with less education, a recent survey by the Center for Urban Future found that affording MetroCard,
Time's over. Thank you.
Financial barriers cited by students. I'm wrapping up. Proposed funding in the executive budget remains flat for Fair Fares program for FY24, which is still lower than pre-pandemic levels. City Council has been a fierce advocate for this program. We thank you and we urge you to continue by increasing funding for these necessary expansions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we ask that everyone please adhere to the time limit.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Paul Mohammed, followed by Sharon McLennan and Elizabeth Adams.
You may begin.
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good day, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, City Council, for this ability to give my testimony. I'm Brother Paul Mohammed. I am a member of the Coalition for Community Advancement, as well as a member of the Community Board 5, and also Vice Chair of East New York Diagnostic. I'm here to testify on behalf of the MTA's plan for the ADA accessibility at Broadway Junction. We here in East New York know that the pestilence of COVID-19 wreaked havoc on the nation and the world, but here it exposed the comorbidity of the ills that we were already suffering, as far as housing, economic injustice, and other things that happen in this community. We're talking about equity, access, and opportunity at Broadway Junction. Broadway Junction, the plan is already funded. We've met the coalition with MTA. They've assured us that they're fully funded for over $500 million worth of funding to happen at Broadway Junction. We're just pushing for continued support for MTA, for the Department of Transportation, to support that plan and make it a priority. We're here. We're not against other folks from the community, but the priority should be to strengthen what we have here, which is the junction. Right now, I know that there's at least 8,000 apartments coming online within 2 miles of the junction, and there's no parking spaces, and Broadway Junction will become a key hub of getting these folks around so they can get the equity, access, and opportunity. We're asking for sourcing of local hire and sourcing to local vendors. This will cause a jolt in this community, so those who are here, no housing is affordable without a job. We want to thank you for this support and continue to push for the benefits of our people in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Sharon McLennan, followed by Elizabeth Adams and Tali Cantor.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sharon McLennan Weir. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, Sydney. I'm here to advocate for the millions of disabled people in New York City. My first comment is regarding the level of discourse. These hearings are here to talk about the impact of New Yorkers, all New Yorkers, regardless of their disability status. I have a recommendation for the council. I think it would be appropriate for future hearings that we first hear from the advocates and from New Yorkers themselves. We spend many times just giving us 2 minutes to speak, but it's really not enough to to deliver the impact that these critical issues face New Yorkers. My second comment is regarding fair fares. For many New Yorkers, regardless of disability status, it's important to be able to work. With working, allow for taxes. With taxes, allow for services. Doesn't it make sense to ensure that each and every New Yorker have the ability to go to work regardless of their level of ability to walk or to navigate the streets? It's important that all New Yorkers, if they use Access-a-Ride or they use MTA Transit, to be able to travel to work safely and get to any destination, may it be an appointment, may it be school or a medical situation, that they get there safely. My next comment is about accessibility. We must think about universal design and all the initiatives that we try to do within the New York City system. When you build for everyone, regardless of their ability status, you build for all. When we think about New York City transportation, for those individuals that live in New York, as well as travel to New York, if we do universal design in the beginning, we won't have these problems. It is imperative for the MTA to be reliable for what they have promised disability advocates within their settlement agreement regarding elevators. It's important that we have the money to ensure that every subway system—
Time expired.
Thank you so much for giving this testimony.
Thank you, and if you could just submit the rest of your testimony in writing, and also just so that you know, we've had several hearings where the public has spoken, the advocates have spoken before the administration, and we continue to find ways to ensure that their voices are heard in the conversation. But we do have to adhere to the time constraints because we want to be respectful of everyone that is participating in the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next move to Elizabeth Adams, and then we'll hear from Tali Cantor.
Hi, thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and the committee for convening today's hearing. I'm Elizabeth Adams, Senior Director for Advocacy and Organizing at Transportation Alternatives. For nearly 50 years, TA has led the movement for safe, equitable streets in New York City. I want to thank the Speaker and the Council for her call for equitable and increased city investments for street safety infrastructure for communities most impacted by traffic violence in her State of the City yesterday. We agree, traffic calming measures, better transportation access, and infrastructure like bike and bus lanes are critical to building a city that serves all of our needs and connects our communities. New Yorkers deserve an effective and efficient Department of Transportation, and so we cannot continue to delay projects required by the Streets Plan. The missed benchmarks are deeply concerning. These are projects that our city has committed to. We need to get them in the ground now. We need to prioritize underserved communities and transit deserts, and we need to significantly ramp up the speed of new bus and bike lanes. Young people in particular are impacted by traffic violence. 2022 was the deadliest year for child traffic deaths. We need safer routes to school, streets improvements, and more open school streets to keep our children safe from traffic violence. As such, TA is calling for an increase in funding for the School Streets program, along with additional resources for Title I schools applying. Prioritizing car-centric infrastructure at the expense of public transit isn't just unfair, but expensive. Each year, New York's traffic-clogged streets cost residents more than $6 billion a year in traffic crashes and lost time. We leave money on the table when we fail to build safe and equitable street space for everyone. In addition to calling for equitable street safety investment, TA commends the Speaker's plan to expand fair fares eligibility. Public transit is a public good, and it should be funded as such. Thank you for today's time, and we'll follow up with written testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll move now to Tali Cantor.
Time starts.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the New York City Council Transportation Committee. My name is Tali Cantor, and I am Director of Planning at the Union Square Partnership. We are the nonprofit business improvement district working to create a clean, safe, vibrant, and enjoyable neighborhood for Union Square's residents, businesses, and visitors. In 2021, we released the Union Square 14th Street District Vision Plan, a bold community-led blueprint for transforming the greater Union Square area, a core job center and cultural hub serving all 5 boroughs, into New York City's most accessible place. The plan prioritizes multimodal accessibility, district-wide connectivity, and substantial increases in public open space. We followed the vision plan with the Streetscape and Lighting Master Plan, which received conceptual approval from the Public Design Commission last spring. The plan advances the long-term vision through short-term streetscape upgrades using a recommended suite of city standard elements, including lighting, green infrastructure, and transit amenities. Through our engagement efforts for these plans, our community members have repeatedly voiced that nighttime safety and security are some of the biggest concerns and that higher quality lighting is needed. Since the start of the pandemic, seniors especially have expressed that they are not comfortable leaving their homes after dark. Our plan proposes replacing the old non-standard 14th Street poles and antique teardrop fixtures with New York City DOT standard poles and modern LED fixtures. These new fixtures will make street and pedestrian lighting more energy efficient and help to ensure that there are bright, even light levels along the active 14th Street corridor. This project will serve the millions of people who utilize 14th Street each day for transportation on the subways and buses, shopping at local businesses, accessing our neighborhood's hospitals, schools, and residences, and leaving the workplace or arriving home after dark. So to the council and the city to support and partner with us to advance the streetscape work along 14th Street to support our neighborhood vision. As a first step, we have submitted capital funding requests for $600,500 to council member. Thank you. We'll submit written testimony following this meeting.
Did you want to finish that sentence, though? It sounded like it's the
Sure.
last sentence.
We've submitted capital funding requests to Councilmember Carlina Rivera and Manhattan Borough President Mark Lamine for the first 3 phases of work for DOT to provide upgraded street lighting on 14th Street. Thank you.
Thank you all. If we have inadvertently missed anyone that is registered to testify today and is yet to have been called, please use the Zoom hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order your hand has been raised. If you're testifying in person, please come to the dais. Seeing no one, I will now turn it over to Chair Brooks Powers for closing remarks.
Thank you to the agencies and the advocates that participated in today's preliminary budget hearing. We look forward to continuing the conversation as we enter into the budget season. And we are looking to see, as we discussed quite extensively today, greater equity and much more implementation of the infrastructure work that is required by law. And so with that, this hearing is concluded.